If you don't get no justice,
you don't get no rent.
Up with the union, down with the landlord. Up with the union,
Down with the landlord.
up with the union,
Down with the landlord.
up with the union.
Down with the landlord.
When I say rent, you say strike. Rent,
Straight.
rent,
Straight.
rent.
Straight.
No justice, no rent. No excuses management. No justice, no rent.
No excuses management.
No justice, no rent.
No excuses management.
No justice, no rent.
No excuses management.
No justice, no rent.
No excuses management.
All right, my voice is hurting too. Hold on.
This is Jimmy. We interviewed him earlier.
I want to remind everybody of the true reason that we're out here today. Almost 30 days now, somewhere, last 30 days, we have been without water, which is inhumane, dehumanizing conditions that we are faced with Villa del Paseo apartments. And we're out here protesting our right as tenants, just as they protest their rights as owners. Today, we are already a winner in this, but today we are taking a step further because of the lack of cooperation that we're having with the owners of Villa del Paseo. And that's why we're out here pronouncing no justice, no rent. No justice, no rent. No justice, no rent. No justice, no rent.
Some people are coming home to the apartment complex, see that the rent strike is going on. Some of them coming home are part of the rent strike. Some of them aren't. But I've been told by Houston Tenants Union that most are. Most in the complex are.
Reduce rent.
What do we want?
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 This is Reginald. We interviewed him earlier.
Rent. What do we want? Reduce 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 rent. No justice, no rent.
No justice, no rent.
No justice, no rent.
No justice, no rent.
No justice, no rent.
No justice, no rent.
No justice, no rent.
No justice, no rent.
No justice, no rent.
No justice, no rent.
No justice, no rent.
No justice, no rent.
No justice, no rent.
No justice, no rent.
No justice, no rent.
No justice, no rent.
No justice, no rent.
No justice, no rent.
No justice, no rent.
No justice, no rent.
No justice, no rent.
No justice, no rent.
No justice, no rent.
No justice, no rent.
No justice, no rent.
No justice, no rent.
No justice, no rent.
No justice, no rent.
No justice, no rent.
No justice, no rent.
No justice, no rent.
No justice, no rent.
No justice, no rent.
No justice, no rent.
No justice, no rent.
No justice, no rent.
No justice, no rent.
No justice, no rent.
Up with the union. Up with the union.
Down with the landlord.
Up with the union.
Down with the landlord.
Up with the union. Down with the landlord. Up with the union.
Down with the landlord.
Up with the union.
Down with the landlord.
Up with the union. Down with the landlord. Up with the union. Down with the landlord. Up with the union.
Down with the landlord.
Up with the union. Down with the landlord. Up with the union.
Down with the landlord.
Up with the union. Down with the landlord. Up with the union.
Down with the landlord.
Up with the union.
Down with the landlord.
Up with the union.
Down with the landlord.
Up with the union.
Down with the landlord.
Up with the union.
Down with the landlord.
Up with the union.
Down with the
No
landlord.
justice, no rent.
No 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 justice,
It's on
no rent.
fire.
No justice, no rent.
No justice, no
We
rent.
interviewed him earlier.
No justice, no rent.
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 What do you want? Reduce rent. What do you want?
Reduce rent.
What do you want? Reduce rent. What do you want? Reduce rent.
It's important to know that out here, it's a mix of people who live at the Villas de Paseo, but the tenant union's also made up of tenants who have gathered in solidarity with the tenants here.
What do you want? Reduce rent. 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 No justice, no 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 rent.
I can show y'all the name of the apartments again.
Up with the union.
Sorry if I moved.
Union. Up with the union. Up with the union. Up with the union. Up with the union.
And this is on the other side. They got two complexes.
Up with the union. Up with the union. Up with the union. Up with the union. Up with the union.
Bring them on camera, but I don't know how to do that for it. I just told them I barely want to go live. I'm just trying to
Up with the union.
Right?
Up with the union. Up with the union. Up with the union.
What you see in the distance is Paul Bunyan and Babe the Blue Ox, which is a symbol of Bemidji up here in northern Minnesota. That was a drum circle.
The president of Indian Student Council at Bemidji State University, as well as Kim, who is the secretary of our revolution, and then we'll be doing a jingle dance.
Thank you for coming. I know.
This is the
And then please remember, COVID is still real. Give each other some space as well for social distancing, please.
So it's very windy up here in Bemidji today. There's been numerous deaths at the Beltrami County Jail. You see some of the faces in some of these images. Top left is Hardell Sherrill, who's also pictured right here. If you want to know more about Hardell, he died when he was 27 inside a jail. His death has actually led to a lot of investigations into the jail and into medical care facilities that, or medical care companies and corporations that suit the jails and are contracted with the jails.
Everybody give Sin a round of applause again, please. Sin, thank you for your for doing the traditional the jingle dance. And then next, I'd like to go ahead and introduce Kim, who will be doing the traditional dance. Oh, she already did it. Thank you so much, Kim, and thank you so much to Sin Chimikwich. Next, I'd like to go ahead and bring up DJ, who will be introducing our following speakers who are community leaders and activists.
All right. Good evening, everyone. I'm DJ with TCC for J, and I'm going to be helping doing some of the MC work. Coming up next, definitely one of the OGs in the scene, someone that's been doing a lot, works a lot with legislation, works a lot with the family, making sure the right things happen. I want to introduce Michelle Gross. Communities united against police brutality.
All right, Michelle. Yeah.
I'm so proud to be out here and stand with these families. How do you feel? The same? So important that we stand together with these families. You know, for years and years and years, these jails have gotten away with providing people with substandard medical care, with not caring for people who are suicidal, with not providing people with the things they need to survive. You know, people make mistakes, and there's a lot of innocent people that get arrested too. It doesn't matter. We don't have a death penalty in this state. It doesn't matter what people did, or people think what they did, or whatever. It doesn't matter. That's what we have, a system where we're supposed to take people to trial, not to have them have the sentence before they even have the damn trial. You agree? So that's why I'm out here. I'm out here to stand with all these families. Oh, he told me that. Sorry, my bad. Sorry. The point is this. In the past, these families have suffered in silence. They've been on their own. They've had to try to figure out how to get things to happen. But because of this very wonderful woman that's standing over here, named Allyship, because of Allyship and other people, these families have come together and they have strength in numbers so that they can go out here and stand up against the very oppressive system that tells us that people that make mistakes or that get arrested aren't worth our care. And they are worth our care. We will not listen to that. We will not tolerate that. And we will not let these people be alone. And yeah, that's a beautiful sight, isn't it? They're telling us something here. They're telling us there's strength in numbers. They're telling us there's strength when we stand together. They're telling us that we got to keep standing together and demand justice, and we will have justice because of people like these family members and all of the activists that come together. We stand united, and when we stand united, we stand powerful. And we're never, ever going to let them forget these names or any of the other names of people who have perished in their jails for their lack of consideration and concern and lack of health care. We won't take it anymore. We're not going to let it happen in the future. And our work together to demand justice for these families helps to ensure that there will not be families in the future. This is what's so important about this. We want justice for these families, but we don't want to make any more families. So we need to make sure that we keep standing out here with these folks. I'm from Minneapolis. I see lots of other people that made the 4-hour drive from Minneapolis, and I want to say thank you. Thank you for all these folks that came from everywhere to stand with the families of people who have died in this rotten system. This system is going to be brought down. Dr. Todd Leonard, listen, Allyship, I'm talking to you.
I'm trying to get the families up here.
Yeah, Dr. Todd Leonard's going to go to prison. Yeah! And then let's see how he likes the health care. And all these rotten nurses and health techs and all these people that have harmed people, they're going there with it. They're going to get brought down, and our people that are in our jails and our prisons are going to get the health care and the other care that And that's what we're here for. So thank you all so much, because we have to come to the belly of the beast where this stuff is occurring. So thank you all for being here. And we stand with you.
Everybody, round of applause for Michelle. Next, I'd like to introduce somebody who has been putting in long hours, helping us put together legislation, writing bills to make sure that we get justice not only for the families, but also justice through legislature. I'd like to go ahead and introduce Jonathan McClellan, who is with the Minnesota Justice Coalition.
Hello, my name is Jonathan McClellan with the Minnesota Justice Coalition. We are part of a collective of organizations that work with the families in the community to draft and advance legislation and other policy initiatives here at the Capitol in St. Paul and in Washington, D.C. We are here today to stand in support of Delshia Perry and her family and many other families who have lost loved ones at Beltrami County Jail. All too often, the interactions with our government leads to the untimely death of our people. In Hardell Sherrill's case and many others, the pure incompetence and cruelty within our institutions, murdering our people behind four walls of no transparency, cover-ups, or moral compassion. Hardell Sherrill was a father, a husband, a son, a man who believed in the Lord. Our fight is for a lasting change, a commitment to the people, a commitment through policy that has had a lopsided application for far too long. In this time, with the events that has plagued our communities, change is long overdue. Delshia Perry has worked tirelessly with the Department of Corrections to advance reforms to ensure there is not another Hardell Sherrill. This important piece of legislation is called the Hardell Sherrill Act of 2021. It is important for us to all support Delshia, these families, and all those who are fighting for justice. And Beltrami County Jail will not be immune from the hammer of justice. One of my law professors gave me a quote from Robert Kennedy that said, "Each time a man stands up for an ideal or acts to improve the lot of others or strikes out against injustice, he sends forth a tiny ripple of hope, and crossing each other from a million different centers, those ripples build a current which can sweep down the mightiest walls of oppression and resistance, and it shall be done around our state and right here in Beltrami County." Thank you.
All right. Our next speaker has been a young activist, been boots on the ground, making sure that we're going to actually get some change out here. Can we give it up for Zainab Muhammad with Karen, Minnesota?
In this county jail, I knew it was important for me to show up. Not because I work for CARE, but because it's important that we show up. Some of us being activists, it's not our job. We don't have a choice because our life depends on it. And I know that could be my brother, my sister, or somebody I know. So it's important that we show up, whether it's Bemidji or in Minneapolis. So a 3-hour drive means nothing if somebody is dying. We all need to show up. And I just want to say it's important that we pass legislation across the state of Minnesota that holds our police accountable, because this starts with them and the system that continues to criminalize our people and murder our people, whether it's in county jails or the streets of Minneapolis or Bemidji. So I want to thank all of you for showing up and sharing space with me. I'm proud to stand in solidarity alongside other activists and the families and everybody that's here. Thank you.
So, as a lot of y'all can see, some of us came up in a bus, some of us carpooled. You know, we do this like we are a family, right? Us protesters, we stick together. And so this next person I want to introduce, this is part of my family. This is someone that I feel real close. I feel like is a mother figure to me, has done so much for this movement with her civil rights law and everything that she does. She lives and breathes this. I want to give it up for Nakima Levy Armstrong, the Racial Justice Network.
I love you too, Delshia. Let's give it up again for Delshia, y'all. Seriously, for her to be a mother in mourning and to still come out here and to be organizing people from the Twin Cities and Beltrami County, that deserves a rousing round of applause. Seriously. It's powerful to witness. So I'm really thankful and blessed to be here with you all this afternoon. There's no place that I would rather be than standing with people who care about justice, and people who care about stolen lives, and people who refuse to sit on the sidelines as evil tries to prevail. Because what happened at Beltrami Jail is nothing short of evil. Absolutely despicable that the people who work there, that the doctors and the nurses who swore a Hippocratic oath would allow people to die under their care. It's absolutely unacceptable. And it hasn't been one person, it's been multiple people who have been killed in that death trap known as Beltrami County Jail. And the reality is that when we think about what happened to Hardell 2 years ago, how come nobody has been fired after what happened to Hardell? How come nobody's in jail after what happened to Hardell? How come Beltrami County Jail is still open after what happened to Hardell? There's no reason to have a place like that in this community, because we know that black and indigenous people are the ones who are going to be caught up in a situation like what we saw with Hardell. And we know that sadly law enforcement is usually the first line of defense to open the door to the criminal justice system for people. Oftentimes people don't belong inside of a jail, but we have police officers who may think that they're judge, jury, and executioner and harm people unnecessarily. And when people are able to be detained, brought in handcuffs, treated like animals, and brought into the system, they're still supposed to be treated with dignity. But so often, people don't even get their medication, knowing that many people are suffering from mental health issues who wind up in our correctional facilities. As the United States started to shut down our mental health facilities, prisons and jails became the de facto place for people with mental health issues. So we are locking away people that our society deem as being undesirable. Somebody say that ain't right. And then when we think about poor people who are caught up in the system, who don't have anywhere to go, who wind up needing a place to stay, and because they're on the streets or in an encampment or kicked out of their homes, they wind up in places like the Beltrami County Jail, where they're treated like trash that blew in off the street instead of like human beings, deserving of freedom, deserving of a hot meal to eat, deserving of dignity in terms of the way that they are treated. And I'm fed up with what is happening within our justice system. The U.S. has the highest rate of incarceration in the world. We have 5% of the world's population, but 25% of its prisoners. Somebody say that ain't right. And the sad reality is that no matter who we have had in these elected positions, they haven't done anything about disrupting the system of mass incarceration. We look to the new president and vice president of the United States. And some people have taken a back seat now that Trump is out of office. But I would argue that it's time to be even more vigilant and more diligent and banging on their doors and demanding an end to mass incarceration. Because if we get comfortable just because somebody is a Democrat, we can expect the worst to continue to happen. Just as people got comfortable when we elected the first black president and took a back seat. And as that happened, we saw our prisons and jails continue to lock up black and brown people, indigenous people, Latinos, mothers, men who should be able to take care of their families locked away inside of our jails and prisons. Somebody say that ain't right. We are in a state of emergency. This is a call to action. We cannot continue to rest and sit on the sidelines and get comfortable And even when Delshia doesn't call us all here, what are we doing in the meantime to disrupt the system and the status quo? A lot of times we see the governor of the state of Minnesota do these briefings about COVID-19, but he's not telling us about the prisoners who have no escape from COVID-19. As people are coming into the jails and the prisons who are working there and passing along that disease, people are dying, or even dying when they get released. Somebody say that ain't right. That ain't right. Governor Walsh should not be able to rest because of the number of people that call his phone, email him, show up outside of his mansion, show up where he's speaking, and demand justice and demand change. Yes. It's time for us to stand, y'all. We cannot continue to rest. We cannot continue to be comfortable. The most vulnerable are depending on us. So what are we going to do about it? Somebody say stand. Stand. 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 Stand up. Thank you.
Can we get another round of applause going? Thank you. So, our next person who's coming up to speak is the Executive Director of CARE Minnesota. I've slowly seen this man in the last 10 months get more angry and more fed up with this system and get fired up. Can I help me introduce Jelani Hussein?
It's hard going after Nakima. It's hard. But I'm inspired every day by your voice, and I really appreciate you being out here today and continuing to do that. I know it takes a lot. It takes a lot to be in these spaces. So first of all, I want to greet you all with a greeting of peace. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. May peace and blessing be upon you all. It is a tremendous honor to be with you and to be right here in this moment. I want to first of all make my commitment and recommit to the Native American people, wherever they are, that we are with you. If anybody knows state violence, if anybody knows political liars, if anybody knows broken promises, it's the Native American community. And they continue to show up, they continue to stand, and we are with you as much as we can, and we're going to fight as hard as possible. I want you to know today is not like yesterday. Americans have woken up all over this country. We have awakened up to see the reality. We have waken up to the mess that we have allowed to happen for far too long. And so I want all of you to know right now in this moment, there's one thing we all need to do. We need to commit to each other, and we need to commit to the families, because the families cannot carry this burden. They cannot carry this burden. They cannot continue to call us out. We should be standing with every single one of these families. And I'm telling you, these are not anomalies. This is happening all over Minnesota and all over this country. And specifically, the mass incarceration in this country. They created the prisons in a way where we don't see them, we don't hear them, we don't know them. But the reality is, in those prison cells across this country, there are people in there who have been wrongfully incarcerated. People who have been incarcerated because they did not have legal defense. People who have been incarcerated because of clear racism. And we know that it's happening all over this country. But we have a moment right now to change. I am tired of admiring the problems that exist. I am ready to ask you to make a commitment to these families and to ourselves to build a better world. To build a better world. Beltrami County and standing right here is not new to me. Trying to portray that Beltrami County is the world to build a better world. Beltrami County and standing right here is not new to me. I've been coming up here since 2015 when I started to work for CARE Minnesota, because anti-Muslim organizers have been trying to portray that Beltrami County is the worst place for Muslims.
And I'm going to tell you a story that all of you need to know. There's a woman named Tammy Baldwin. She doesn't even live here in Beltrami County, in Bemidji. She lives in Bagley, Minnesota. And that woman alone with few people have created the perception that everybody in this county is against refugees. Everybody in this county is against Muslims. And the reality is majority of people in this area are decent people. They're good people. They're hardworking farmers. They're trying to make ends meet. But fear is winning because we have rejected. We have rejected to use our voice for good. We have rejected the opportunity to be proactive. So I'm calling out folks in Beltrami because this is not new. What's been happening in this county toward Muslims, to people who are in prison, to the Native American community here, it is shameful. It is shameful. We, the good people, outnumber them. We 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 outnumber them. And it's time for us to stand up. It doesn't take too much. Every single one of us standing right here and those who are watching romanticize that we would be standing with Dr. King and Malcolm X. But I'm going to tell you something. The only people who are standing right now would be those who would be standing with Dr. King. They would not find an excuse to be anywhere else today. They would be standing right here because the justice that they fought is flowing right now in this movement and right here, right now. So I ask every single one of you to make a commitment because you have to make it for yourself, first of all, and to the families and to those people we need. And that commitment is a long-term commitment. It is not just about rallies and protests. It's about using your voice to educate others and using your voice to make sure your vote that you voted in 2020 does not go to waste. That those person who knocked on your door, that you can't knock back for justice. We need to knock back for justice. We need to knock back for justice. We need to collectively knock back for justice. Our votes should not be a blanket check. We should be demanding that those elected officials respect and answer our call, and most importantly, bring justice to these families. This issue is not black and white. It's all of us. You see all of these families and their victims. This is all of us. It represents every single shade of our color. It represents all of us. And this is exactly what's happening all over this country. So if you make that promise, the next thing I'm going to ask you to do is even a little bit easier. Once you make that promise, I want you to not wait for another protest or another rally. I want you to make it happen. I want you to make it happen. Beltrami should have not become the first county in the country of the United States to reject refugees. It should have not been. It should have not been. And that county board, when they made that decision, they knew exactly what they were doing. And among those people on the county board is a principal, I believe, or superintendent. How can you go to the classroom and tell children about coexistence and you say and vote to not welcome refugees? Shame. Shamefulness. But I'm going to tell you something. Every single decision that has been made, we all own it, whether we like it or not. I own it too. But I personally believe, and I believe today as we came here to be praying, that God is on our side. I really believe that. We don't need a lot of people. We just need committed people. We don't need a lot of people. We just need enough committed people to stand up for justice. It doesn't take too much. If you just stood a sign and you stood right there for a couple of hours a month, people would notice. People would notice. They wouldn't drive by. You know, the interesting thing is we got a lot of young people today. I'm really proud of you. All of the young people here today. I'm going to tell you a little story. There's a young white girl somewhere in the world. All she did is stood in front of their city hall with a sign about climate change, and she moved a lot of people. You all heard about her, Greta. All she had was a sign. All she had was a sign. She had a little bit of privilege, but all she had was a sign. Okay? But I'm going to tell you something. It takes a little bit of effort because God is going to bring the mountains. God is going to bring the angels. God is going to get us to victory. And in the face of every wall, in face of every difficulty, we have to believe that because we are facing a mountain of injustice. We are facing legacies of discrimination right here and all over this country. So I call on to the good people of Beltrami County. I call on to the good people of Beltrami County. This is the time to cash in your goodness. It is time to cash in your goodness. Many of you today, you are struggling. It's not easy living in rural Minnesota. I know that, economically and everything. But there's a lot of good people here. Do not allow the politicians who are driving fear. Do not allow for those people on social media who continue to lie about Black Lives Matter and justice. Stand up, as Nakima said. Stand up. Call them out. Be heard and stand up, and know as you are standing up in that moment that God is with you. That God is going to help you. That God is going to support you. Because we believe in God. We don't believe in these systems. We believe in God. And God is asking us to do righteousness on this earth. Do righteousness on this earth. So with all these families, I can keep talking forever. I really feel this city and this town because I've come here before where they need security for me to speak here. I'm being honest with you. When I came here and I spoke at the university, they had to have security. And to be honest with you, I didn't need security, but I'm going to tell you, there are people organizing against us, and we are sitting idly. We need to be proactively organizing for justice everywhere. We cannot wait for something to happen, for a person to be killed in prison, for us to come together. We need to be together to stand up against this system. And if we did, people wouldn't die. If we stood, people wouldn't die. If we stood, they would be afraid of us. When Hardell was dying, 8 hours laying on his bed, on his face, 8 hours laying on his face. That entire system and everyone around him is guilty. Yes, sir. And then died. We lynched him in that prison, and all these families and their loved ones. That can't happen on our watch, because it's not an individual who did it. It's our tax dollars that did it. It is our complacency that did it. It is our silence that did it. And now we are changing that. We are changing that. And we're going to stand up together. And I'm going to tell you, a lot of people think this is a large crowd. This is all we need right here. Listen! This is all we need right here. Look around, all the people around you. These are your brothers and sisters in this movement. Okay? These are your brothers and sisters in this movement. This is the moment right now to stand up for justice and let justice flow from northern Minnesota all the way down to this country. All the way down to this country. I really believe that. I'm going to end with this prayer. I personally believe that prayer is very powerful. I believe that. And in the Quran, we are taught one of the most powerful prayers is the prayer that Noah made. And he said, Inni maghlubun fantasir. He said, God, I have been overcome with injustice and issues. And today we say to God, we have been overcome with injustice, and we demand your answer. Because when he answered to Noah, he didn't say he's going to answer or he's going to answer. He brought the answer right away. And so we ask God in this moment, Inni maghlubun fantasir, Ya Rabbil Alameen. Oh Allah, we are feeling that pressure. Give us victory in our hearts. Give us the sound support. Give us the energy, and let us be the light that is going to bring justice for all communities, for all families, and to all our brothers and sisters in prison right now who are not hearing us but maybe may hear us. I want to let them know we are not giving up on you. We are not turning our backs on you. We are making a commitment to make sure that we fight for your justice, whether you are inside or you're coming out. Whatever that case is. And to all the Minnesotans here, I need you to check your Norwegian heritage or Swedish heritage. Because the reality is, in Norway, the prisons don't look like that. In Norway, they don't look like that. And if your ancestors can see the humanity in other people, we should be able to see the humanity in ourselves and the people that we lock up. We should see that. How is it that your cousins can treat people better, but you can't? How can that be possible? How can we say they are better and we are not? We are trying to be the best. We have the most resources in the rest of the world, but we can't use it for good. It is time to stand up for good. And it's time, as I always say, to demanding justice by any means necessary. Yeah.
Indict, convict, send those killer cops to jail. The whole damn system is guilty as hell. Indict, convict, send those killer cops to jail. Listen! The whole damn system is guilty as hell. So, we're going to start marching really, really soon. But before we go, I'd like to remind us that Projects for Change and our revolution have been working for the Police Oversight Committee, and they were told that they could maybe get a Police Advisory Committee. And the answer is no. We want Police Oversight Committee because the control of the police should be in the hands of the community, not in this damn system that's been failing us. So I'd like to remind us that we're going to start marching. So I'd like to everybody to get behind the sound truck, because we cannot keep you safe if you're not behind the sound truck. So everybody feel free to gather around, and we're going to be marching really, really soon.
Finisher of my faith, I arise to establish my legal right and dominion over this region, every territory which you have given me jurisdictional authority. According to Daniel 9 and 4, God, keeping the covenant and mercy to them that love you, and to them that keep your commandments. I appeal to the God who said in 2 Chronicles 7:13-16, if I shout heaven that there be no rain, if I command the locusts to devour the land, or if I send pestilence amongst my people, if my people would call by my name, shall humble themselves and pray, and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then will I hear from heaven, and I will forgive their sin. I will hear their land. Now mine eyes shall be open, and my ears attend unto their prayer that is made into
fuck us.
Facts. Fuck us. I want some sage.
No one is illegal on stolen land.
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 Land back.
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 We're gonna start moving here in a second. Yeah, after you guys. I just want to say, with the George Floyd case, the 300-day march is coming up. As many as you can make it, please. With that legal precedent, my cousin Junior Lacey is getting a new trial. His last words, "I can't breathe." In 2015, he was murdered by Snohomish County Sheriff for no reason. A welfare check is a coded word for harassment that they can get poor people with. They don't do the same thing to rich people. They do it with poor people because we don't have lawyers and no one gives a fuck about us. They can just kill us, and it's okay. And with the George Floyd precedent, there's going to be a new trial for my cousin Junior Lacey, and we'd like as much support for the family as we can get. I want to at least get 100 drums if they don't throw me in the can. So, I've already talked to several canoe families, and I just would like to invite all you people. Junior Lacey, his trial will be in September, we believe. I'd like to see all you there. Thank you.
Yes. But I don't want to. Sorry.
Lives matter. Indigenous lives matter. Indigenous lives matter.
Sorry.
Indigenous lives matter. Black lives matter. Black lives matter. Indigenous lives matter.
Thank you.
Indigenous lives matter.
Thank you.
Indigenous lives matter.
Sorry. Excuse me. Sorry. Guys. Sorry.
Black lives matter. Indigenous lives matter. Immigrant lives matter.
Immigrant lives matter.
Asian lives matter.
Asian lives matter.
Youth lives matter.
Black lives matter.
Molasses lives matter.
Indigenous lives matter.
Molasses lives matter.
Indigenous lives matter.
Molasses lives matter.
Indigenous lives matter.
Black trans lives matter.
Black trans lives matter.
Native two spirits matter.
Native two spirits matter.
Black trans lives matter.
Black trans lives matter.
Native two spirits matter.
Native two spirits matter.
Black trans lives matter.
Black trans lives matter.
Native two spirits matter.
Native two spirits matter.
Who's streets?
Duwamish streets.
Who's streets?
Duwamish streets.
Who's streets?
Duwamish streets.
Who's streets?
streets?
Whose streets?
Duwamish streets.
Whose streets?
Duwamish streets.
Where you see a lot of water protectors here, and they're here standing in solidarity with the community that has come up here. A lot of people from Minneapolis, St. Paul area to protest against Beltrami County Jail. Numerous deaths have occurred in Beltrami, including Stephanie Bunker, Tony May, Hardell Sherrill, Bruce, Mr. Powell, and a few others.
Say what? Say what? For Black Lives We Mobilize! For Black Lives We Mobilize!
Good to see you.
I was after you. I'm gonna
For Black Lives We Mobilize! For Native Lives We Mobilize! For Native Lives We Mobilize! For Asian lives we mobilize! For Asian lives we mobilize! For Asian lives we mobilize! When Black lives are under attack, what do we do? When Black lives are under attack, what do we do? What do we do?
This is where we're at. This is historically Anishinaabe land. Genocide occurred up here.
What do we do? When Asian lives are under attack, what do we do?
That was a statue in recognition
What do we do?
of an indigenous elder.
This is what community
Chief
looks
Bemidji
like.
is what they called it. I did not see
This is
the
what community
correct
looks
pronunciation. Apologies.
Like. Show me what community looks like. Show me what community looks like.
This is 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 what unity 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 looks like.
Black lives, they matter here. Black lives. Black lives. Black lives. If the rep don't get it,
shut it down.
if the rep don't get it. Black lives. If the rep don't get it,
Shut it down.
if the rep don't get it.
Land back.
Land back.
Land back.
Land back. Land back. Land back. Land back. Land back. Whose street?
Duwamish streets.
Whose street?
Duwamish streets.
Whose street?
Duwamish streets.
Whose street? 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 No cop, no PKK, abolish USA! No cop, no PKK, abolish USA! Land back! Land back! Land back! Land back! Land back! Land back! No good cops in a racist system!
No good cops in a racist system.
No good cops in a racist system! No good cops, no good presidents, give the land back to the OG residents!
No good cops, no good presidents. Give the land back to the OG residents.
Back, back, roll by roll, we will make this system fall! Brick by brick, wall by wall, we will make this system fall! Every city, every town, turn this system to the ground! Every city, every town, burn this system to the ground! Whose street? lives matter. Black lives matter. Indigenous lives matter. Immigrant lives matter. Asian lives matter. Youth lives matter. Who else's lives matter? Who else's lives matter? Who else's lives matter? Whose streets?
Who's streets?
Whose streets?
Who's streets?
Whose streets? Whose streets? Whose streets? Whose streets? Whose streets? Whose streets? Whose streets? Whose streets? Whose streets?
Oh shit.
Whose streets? Whose streets? Whose streets? Whose streets? Whose streets? Whose streets? Land back! Land back! Land back! Land back! Water is a human right! Oil's not a human right! Water is a human right! Oil's not a human right! Water is a human right! Oil's not a human right! Land back! Land back! Land back! Land back! No good cops! No good presidents! Give the land back to the OG residents! No good cops! No good presidents! Give the land back to the OG residents! Land back! 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 No cops! No KKK! Abolish USA!
No cops. No KKK. Abolish USA. No
Cops! No KKK! Abolish USA!
No cops. No KKK. Abolish USA.
No cops! No KKK! Abolish USA!
Abolish USA.
Land back!
Land back.
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 No good cops in a racist system!
No good cops in a racist system.
No good cops in a racist system!
No good cops in a racist system.
No good cops in a racist system! No bad protesters in a revolution!
No bad protesters in a revolution.
Unless you fought for Trump, that's just fucked up. No, if you're a proud one, then fuck you. Who's street? Who's street? Who's street? Who's street? Who's street? Who's street? Who's street?
Islamic streets.
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 No cops! No KKK! Abolish USA!
No cops. No KKK. Abolish USA.
Let's go back all by law! We will make the system fall!
Brick
whole system is so corrupt, and the fact that nobody has faced any sort of real accountability, and their system doesn't provide any sort of way for there to be accountability. This whole system needs to be abolished, and right now, you know, these buildings, the police need to be abolished, the court system, the Department of Corrections needs to be dismantled. There's a lot of really bad systems right now, and part of giving the land back, we need to create new systems, and right now these ones are so fucked up. They need to be abolished. We need to start from the ground up.
Facts.
We can't have a system where you can get killed by a guy with a badge and a gun, and like for no reason. It's insane. It explains to people who are skeptical. Like the police wouldn't do that. If the system, if there was a better way, it would have been implemented by now, right? Like obviously, if there was a better way, it'd be better, right? No. Money, greed, corruption. There's so many reasons that these very simple things aren't here. The reason why we don't have any of these things is because we value money over life. And all of these systems, they're capitalist systems. They run off of money. They receive money. They're run by corrupt politicians and corporations with, you know, there's a lot of corporations that make a lot of money off of the government. So we need to abolish all. We need to get the land back. All of the land needs to go back to the indigenous people right here in Seattle. The Duwamish people, like I keep saying, they still don't have federal recognition. And that's so they don't have any legal rights, they don't have any legal protection to the land. Because if they did, if Seattle had to legally acknowledge the Duwamish shrine, like, they would lose so much money. It's all about money. It's not about life. It's not about Mother Earth. It's not about the things that it should be about. So yeah, abolish the police, abolish this court system, abolish this colonial government, and get the land back. So again, I just want to thank everyone who came out and continues to come out every week. Every Saturday means every Saturday. I mean, even in the snow. That was a fun march, wasn't it? Every Saturday, I really appreciate everyone who comes out, helps raise awareness, and who's supporting people who are on the front lines and who are also doing the work themselves. It's really inspiring to have so many people within this movement keeping this movement going, because we stop it. It's not a movement. It's a movement, not a moment, right? It's only movement if we keep moving. And I really, it's really inspiring to see the community pull together through all of the problems, from outside influence, from inside fighting. I mean, there's a lot of things that happen.
Oh yeah, that one spins, huh?
I'm really glad to see so many people still coming out and showing support and doing the work, and supporting those who are also doing the work. And so it's really nice to see. I really appreciate everyone who comes out. You know, makes their voices heard, because fuck this government, fuck this colonial government, fuck the police, fuck the jails.
Yes.
Ikan Malaysia, 500 juta
I just want to say, everyone always wonders where the Duwamish are. We helped build this city in the first 5 years of its existence. White people wouldn't survive this summer. We taught them how to live off the land. And then within 10 years, they had burned down all of our fucking longhouses. And then they sent in the army. And then they voted against our reservations so they wouldn't lose their precious city, even though it's named after our chief in our village. And within the first 10 years, all of the Duwamish were out here. We had to go up to live in Tulalip, Duwamish. So everyone knows, where are the Duwamish? The white people burned our houses down and run us out of town after we built their city for them and helped them survive. That was only 200 years ago. That's some of your parents, grandparents, no offense. But we need to understand that the Duwamish didn't go away. They were killed and put away. I just want to acknowledge that these people are the same people who come kill us. They're not protectors. These people are out to put people in jail and hurt them, in my opinion. They don't really do anything good for the community. They don't de-escalate. They don't solve problems. Create bad noise. I think we need to do away with the police force and do a civil. Maybe instead of 911, there's a 711 and a 411. You don't call 911 until it's dangerous level. After 411 and 611 or whatever the hell couldn't handle it. I just think the system is super wrong, how they deal with criminals. These people are gang members, not protectors. All they do is kill with the innocent populace.
Facts.
One of the arguments that I hate so much is when you explain these very simple solutions to people who are very skeptical, and their opinion is it's too good to be true. That if we could do it, we'd have done it already. We can totally have a system like that. We can have a system where if it's a mental health crisis, we have mental health departments. We have nurses and doctors who restrain belligerent, violent people all the time without bullets, without tasing, without pepper spray. There's no reason for there to be any violence, especially if it's a mental health case, especially if there's no gun. They can be trained to defend themselves against the guy with a gun without shooting them. Personally, I've seen it happen. I mean, a knife is not. Their training is flawed. It's kill first, ask questions later. So we need to abolish these systems and implement something.
This is what community looks like. This is what community looks like. This is what community looks like. Looks like. This is what unity looks like. This is what unity looks like. This is what community looks like. This is what community looks like. This is what unity looks like. This is what unity looks like. When I say we the people, you say I'm powerful. We the people. 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 Ain't no power like the power of people, because the power of people don't stop. People don't stop.
Say what?
Ain't no power like the power of people. Say what?
Ain't no power like the power of people, cause the power of people don't stop. Say what? Ain't no power like the power of people, cause the power of people don't stop.
This side. Cause the power of people don't stop. This side. Ain't no power like the power of people, cause the power of people don't stop. Alright, everyone. We want you to start locking arms together. All right, now when I say it's our duty, you're going to say to fight for our freedom, okay? It's our duty! Fight for our freedom! 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 We the people! Are powerful! 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 This is what community looks like!
This is what community looks like!
Show me what community looks like!
This is what community looks like!
This is what community looks like!
This is what community looks like!
Show me what community looks like!
This is what community looks like!
Show me what community looks like!
This is what community looks like!
Show me what community looks like!
This is what community looks like!
When black lives are under attack, what do we do?
Stand up like that!
What do we do?
Stand up like that!
What do we do?
Stand up like that!
When native lives are under attack, what do we do?
Stand up like that!
What do we do?
Stand up like that!
What do we do?
Stand up like that!
When native lives are under attack, what do we do?
Stand up like that!
What do we do?
Stand up like that!
What do we do?
Stand up like that!
What do we want?
Justice!
When do we want it?
Now!
What do we want?
Justice!
What do we want?
Now!
What do we want?
Justice!
What do we want?
Now!
What do we want?
Justice!
What do we want?
Now!
What do we want?
Justice!
What do we want?
Now!
What do we want?
Justice!
What do we want?
Now!
What do we want?
Justice!
What do we want?
Now!
What do we want?
Justice!
What do we want?
Now!
What do we want?
Justice!
What do we want?
Now!
What do we want?
Justice!
What do we want?
Justice!
What do we want?
Now!
What do we want?
Justice!
What do we want?
Now!
It's our duty to fight for our freedom. It's our duty
To fight for our freedom!
It's our duty!
To fight for our freedom!
It's our duty!
To fight for our freedom!
It's our duty! It's our duty! Boots! Boots! Boots on the ground!
We're here! We're here! Train down! Boots! Boots! Boots on the ground! We're here! We're here! To shut the train down!
Boots! Boots!
Boots on the ground!
We're here! We're here!
To shut the train down!
Boots! Boots!
Boots on the ground!
We're here! We're here!
To shut the train down!
Boots! Boots!
Boots on the ground!
We're here! We're here!
To shut the train down!
Boots! Boots!
Boots on the ground!
We're here! We're here! Boots! Boots!
Boots on the ground!
We're here! We're here! Black lives! 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 Alright, this is where we're gonna stop right here. Alright, so we're about to do a die-in, and for people who don't know what that is, we're just gonna sit down here on the street.
All right, we're gonna do a die-in, and for those who don't know, die-ins were something that we started to do in solidarity with the people in Ferguson, Missouri, because of what happened with Mike Brown and the fact that he was laid out in the streets for 4 hours as if he was not human. And so we do die-ins in honor of those who have been killed by police, those who have been slain in jails and correctional facilities, such as the people that we are here advocating on behalf of. Because of what happened with Mike Brown and the fact that he was laid out in the street for 4 hours, as if he was not human. And so we do die-ins of the life of someone who was taken at the hands of police or who died in custody. And Delshia said that she is going to do this die-in in honor of her son. So think of the life of someone who was lost. Okay, that one is better. Thank you. Okay.
Shoved, slashed, spat on, shot down. And for the past year, most of which I was serving as a borough president, I found myself thinking, I don't know what's going to kill me first. COVID or racism? I don't know what's going to kill me first. And I do want to thank the journalists, especially the journalists of color, because I know that in your newsrooms, you are doing double duty. Yes. To push your newsroom, to make us visible and make us relevant. Yes. And I thank you, and we see you, and we're going to make sure that we can fuel oxygen into what you are doing in your newsroom, because what you're doing is bringing light and life into our stories. Yep. And I want to thank you for that. Now, this past year has been a daily reminder of just how conditional our existence is, right? It doesn't matter if we were born here. It doesn't matter if we were second generation, third generation, fourth generation. We're never fully American. We're never American enough. And this conditional existence as people of color, because of the color of our skin, the texture of our hair, the shape of our eyes. Because when it's a black person, it's in self-defense. When it's a person who is Latinx, it's because we're aliens. When it's a Muslim, it's because we're terrorists. And when it's Asian, it's because we're a virus, we are invasive, and we are soft targets, and you are having a bad day. Hey, come on. And so like a phoenix, we must rise, and we must raise our voice on behalf of the 8 victims slaughtered in the racialized mass shooting in Atlanta, and all the soft targets who were targeted, both reported and unreported. We raise our voice, and so I'm going to ask my sisters and brothers and elders to repeat after me. I am not a virus. Not a virus. I am not your target. Not your target. We too are American. Are American. We too are human beings. Are human beings. Can you hear us now? 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 Do you see 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 us now? Thank you. Next, I would like to ask a great friend of our community, Reverend Chilton John Ford, to come up. He's been helping us and working, standing by us all this time. Thank you, Reverend.
No justice. No peace. 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 What do we want? Justice. What do we want? Justice. What do we want? Justice. When do we want it? Now. When? Now. When? Now. When? Now. We hold these truths to be self-evident. That all men, women, trans, and other are created equal, endowed by our Creator with certain unalienable rights. Among these a life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And America has never meant those words for people like us in this crowd. America has never intended for us to enjoy our lives, our liberty, and to pursue happiness. Yesterday I spoke at Union Square about two things: love and power. Today I come to talk to you about fear and accountability. First, let me send this message to all of the white supremacists abroad and near, to those in the newsroom, in the boardroom, in the precincts, and in the streets of our cities. We are not afraid. We are not afraid. And every time the news reports that our Asian sisters and brothers are cowering in fear, they are perpetuating a white supremacist narrative. That's right. We are not afraid. And you nor I can allow the enemy to believe they have the power to make us afraid. We will challenge white supremacy and gun violence and racism and xenophobia and misogyny and homophobia anywhere it rears its ugly head, and you need to know it. You need to know our Asian sisters and brothers are not alone. You need to know that when you target them, you are picking on the wrong victims. You can count on the enemy for two things. First, he will always show himself. He will always reveal his true colors. And second, he will always pick the wrong victims. He has awoken a sleeping giant. He has awoken our Asian brothers and sisters to a reality and reawoken them to a reality that has been their history in this nation. From the Chinese Exclusion Act to Japanese internment to Kung Flu, this has been a constant theme and thread of your sojourn in this nation. But just like we stood together to declare Black Lives Matter, we stand together to declare Asian Lives Matter. They may have hung us from separate trees. They may have laid our bodies across disparate train tracks. They may have gunned us down on different streets. But today, our blood is intermingled. And the power can be undeniable. We are not afraid. And because we are not afraid, we are here to hold America accountable. Accountable to her history. Accountable to her present. And accountable to our future. And here's how we're going to hold America accountable. We go into Georgia, and we're going to tell white supremacy, bigoted sheriff, he got to go. We're going to Georgia. And stand with our brothers and sisters in the streets and declare white supremacy and racism have no place among us. We're going to Washington together to declare sensible gun laws now, sensible gun laws today, sensible gun laws. We're not going to get lost in our mourning and our pain. We will not allow this moment to slip by us. There are now 2 giants awoken in this nation, bound together by a history of shed blood and shed sacrifice to build the greatest empire the world has ever seen. But we've come to declare it is ours. This is our land. This is our nation. And we reclaim it from bigotry. We reclaim it from white supremacy. No one can tell me that while our ancestors bled to build America, that this is not my nation. No one can tell me that on the sweat and the sacrifice of the people of color that have kept this nation progressing from day one, that this is not your nation. We're going to Washington to declare the Second Amendment does not trump my right to live. The Second Amendment does not trump the First Amendment. We're going anywhere white supremacy is the order of the day. And we are declaring together in unity, in unison, as one voice, as one people, as one consciousness. We reclaim our destiny as a country built for liberty, justice, the right to pursue happiness and life for all of our people.
Castro, HUD Secretary and 2020 presidential candidate. So that's who you'll hear from in the first group. So Wu.
Thank you, Tina. My name is Ken Hui. I'm a Chinese American. I'm Chinese by birth and American by choice. Thank you everyone for being here, coming out to show your support to stopping Asian hate. I have to share with you, I am angry and I'm outraged at the hate and violence that are directed towards Asian Americans. Asian American seniors being attacked is totally unacceptable. These are the most helpless and vulnerable people that are being preyed upon. We need to stand up and protect our seniors. Let's stop taking videos of them being attacked, but rather actively intervening to protect them. Let's treat and protect our seniors. Let's protect each senior as if they were our parents, our grandparents. We must stand up for them. We have Asian American business spray painted with racist graffiti. Among the many ignorant slurs are those that tell us to go back to China. I'm holding a replica of the Congressional Gold Medal that was awarded to 30,000 Chinese American veterans of World War II. Inscribed on the medal are the words, "Proudly served as Americans." The blood, the sweat, and toil of our grandfathers and grandmothers from the greatest generation when they fought against tyranny, as Americans, have earned us the right to be Americans. By our own deeds, we have earned the right to be Americans. America is our home. We're not going anywhere, so deal with it. The killings of the 8 women in Atlanta was tragic. The sadness and sorrow of the deaths of these women are shared by everyone in the Asian American community. I'm sad, but I'm also outraged that 6 of the 8 women killed were Asian Americans. In addition to the increase of anti-Asian violence, these killings have placed Asian Americans in greater fear for our own safety and for the safety of our family and friends. We need to hold our elected officials accountable to create and pass legislation and prosecute these hate crimes to the maximum extent. Each of us has the responsibility to call out and report racism and injustice when we see it. Coming together like this, in events like this, solidifies our resolve that racism and hate have no place in our society, and it must be swept away. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us this evening. You know, as I've listened to the other speakers, I look around and I see the faces that are here. And I know that as we all go away from this spot right here in this moment, that this problem will still continue. So my emphasis tonight is our stories, our conversations with one another. Are we sharing our stories of our experiences of racism enough? Are we speaking out enough? Are we saying no enough? Are we saying to our bosses and our managers when we experience microaggressions at our workplace, this is not okay, and I can't believe you that you let that slide? So for me, my emphasis is our voice, because it's because of our silencing and people silencing us that for days, media has been able to get away with focusing on the perpetrator's narrative of what happened in Atlanta, of the perpetrator's version of truth, that it was just about his sexual addiction. But what that really means is that Asian women have been minimized to so little that even in our deaths, the media focuses on the sexual addiction of the male. And 6 Asian women died. Right here in San Antonio, we share the land that sits where a Japanese American internment camp used to be, and that's at Fort Sam Houston. So what's happened today, with just less than a week in between the Atlanta shootings and mass murders of Asian people, and especially Asian women, and what happened here in Noodle Tree, is how close we are to history. Because it hasn't been that long since the Japanese American internment camps, executed by Executive Order 9066, that incarcerated 120,000 Japanese Americans, including orphanages, 2/3 of whom were American citizens. And so as we walk away from this spot and this moment, please continue to check your friends, that we're not just fetishists, that we're not just cooks and professional Asian food cooks. We're not just decoration. When you represent us, we're more than that. We're people with a voice. So as we leave here today, please remember, keep listening to our voice. Keep asking for a voice. Keep seeking the unheard. Keep looking for the stories untold. Thank you.
Honorable Mayor Ron Nyland, city leaders, leaders and fellow Asian Americans of the various Asian organizations that are represented here tonight. Good evening. My name is Melinda Rodriguez. I am a Filipino-American immigrant, past president of the Alamo Asian American Chamber of Commerce. Our current president, Jenilyn Escalante Valdez, is out of town tonight. On behalf of the officers and board members of the Asian Chamber, I would like to thank Ms. Gina Ortiz-Jones for your leadership in organizing the vigil tonight. The role of the Asian Chamber goes beyond the promotion of economic development for the city of San Antonio. Though we facilitate local and international alliances for the independent Asian-based business owners, both on a small and large scale, we also remain as a conduit and resource, a sounding board for advocacy to fight for the rights of hard-working Asian American business owners. The fueling of Asian-related hate crimes in the nation and our city is progressively increasing. A fair number of hate crimes remain underreported as well. There must be a cultural implication to those that are meek and fearful to speak up. Asians are known to be resilient and patient in character. We turn the other cheek if offended, does not make a big deal, even if disadvantaged, for fear of retribution. The Asian Chamber is standing with all of you here today to denounce hate and bigotry in our city of San Antonio and the nation. We need to rally behind city leaders and law enforcement to honor the city's resolution that was passed in April of 2020 under the leadership of Mayor Ron Nyland, denouncing hate crimes and bigotry for Asian Americans and Jewish Americans. We, Asians, have the right to diversity, equity, and inclusion, regardless of our skin color and race, as long as we are not a threat to others in the society. We have the same rights as it is for every citizen of the United States. We are contributors to the society. We need to be courageous, speak up louder, and be united for our children and generations to come. Thank you.
Good evening. Gina, I want to thank you for organizing the vigil tonight, and also to our mayor for the extraordinary job that he's doing, and to our police chief, and to each and every one of you who are here this evening. I see so many faces of people who over the years have contributed to the forward progress of our community here in San Antonio, who have made this community what it is, in public life or in business, through churches, through nonprofits. Thank you so much for everything that y'all are doing and have done to create the San Antonio that all of us are proud of and that is reflected here tonight. I wanted to come just for a couple of minutes to express my support and solidarity, to say with you that we must stop hate against Asian Americans in this country. That from the very founding of this nation, ours has always been a country that is far from perfect. And for generations, Asian Americans have been discriminated against. I don't have to tell that to anybody in this crowd, often in deep and painful and lasting ways. from times when Chinese immigrants were mistreated or excluded, to the incarceration of Japanese Americans in internment camps, and just over the last year, when we've seen 4,000 different hate incidents directed at the API community, fostered by politicians who were dead set on dividing us instead of uniting us during this pandemic. My hope is that each and every one of us will meet that hate with love and with compassion and with an interest in getting to know one another, which I think is the only thing in the end that can overcome that kind of bigotry and division. We're standing here tonight in a place that has been for centuries a crossroads of cultures, where people with many different identities and aspirations and prayers, but often the same dreams, came and built a community that today is one of the most diverse big cities in the United States. A place where hopefully, if all of us do our job in our private life and in our public life, each and every one of us can feel safe and content and happy about growing up here, about raising a family here, and contributing to making it a greater place. I also want to say, as an ally to the API community here, that you don't have to prove to anybody that you're an American. We know the contributions that you have made over the years and that you're making now. We stand in support of you. Thank you.
We could not do this without allies, so thank you, Mayor, former Mayor. In the next group, we will hear from Win Win, who is the president of the Asian Real Estate Association of America. You also may recognize Win, though, as when she galvanized the Vietnamese community and gathered PPE early on in the pandemic, so we're very appreciative of her leadership. You'll also hear from Kyle Wong with the San Antonio Chinese Alliance. He's also a senior at Brandeis High School. And then our ally speaker will be Dr. Mohammed Abdullah, who is a board member with the Muslim Children Education and Civic Center.
Good evening. It's very saddening to be here and talk about a very sad topic, but I'm here to be the voice for Asian American parents and for our children. My name is Quinn Nguyen. I am the president of San Antonio Asian Real Estate Association of America. Like 6 of the 8 women were killed in Atlanta, I am Vietnamese American women. They were my sisters. Like sisters, I am someone's daughter, sister, someone's wife, and a mother. Through an imaginable act of hate, my sister who were killed will never again be able to hold their parents' hand again. They will never be able to laugh with their siblings. They will never be able to feel their husband's arms. My sister will never be able to kiss their children while hugging them again. Never. What is left for the family of my sister are just warm memories and sorry of their loved ones who were senselessly killed. Nobody knows for a certain why this man killed my sisters, and unfortunately, we might never know now. But for my sister, they know they were dying. In my mind, I see my sisters praying for their families and children as they were taking their last breath. As I want my children to grow up in a loving and healthy community where there is no hate, no racism, and no bullying. I'm sure my sister have prayed that their children would grow up in such community. As I would do everything to protect my children from harm, my sister would have prayed that their children will be protected as well. While I am here to provide these things for my children, who will provide for the children of my sisters? I believe it is up to us to ensure that our children will grow up in a loving and healthy community, and to ensure that children are protected. Let's work together to eliminate hate as the first step to answering prayers for my sisters. Thank you.
First, thank all of y'all for coming here and showing solidarity and support with the Asian American community in these tragic times as we mourn and remember the victims of anti-Asian racism and hatred. My name is Kyle Huang. I'm 17 years old and I've grown up with this racism. Will I have to live the rest of my life with it? Last year, someone I regarded as a friend tried explaining to me how China virus and Kung flu were not racist. Well, look where that got us today. 6 Asian American women killed at the hands of a white supremacist terrorist. Thousands of us attacked and beaten, and millions of us living in fear. My parents came to America for opportunity. Now their sons grow up in a country that says we're not welcome here, where folks like us get murdered and where elected officials promote racist tropes. These are the results of the actions and inflammatory language of those in power who espouse bigotry and hatred.
Everything trickles down to the children. When you take away our family members, do your job. From now on, do your job. Make the county accountable and have them do their jobs.
Yeah.
Well, I wasn't going to be doing this, but I'm sorry. I get carried away when I do this. Okay, like I said, during the past 4 years, his children have been in foster homes and then placed with me. If he was still alive, his children would be with him. His children have suffered the most. Our hearts still hurt today with his unnecessary death. People are still dying at Beltrami County Jail. Stephanie Bunker, July 2017. Ardal Sherrill, September 2018. Vernon May, November 2018. These lives are Native and Black lives. And yes, they matter. Beltrami County needs to do their jobs and provide safe environments against hate and racism to our people of color. And this hate and racism must stop. We need to unite more. I heard that from somebody. We need to unite more, get together, and go to their meetings, attend their meetings, bring your issues up. That's what you voted them in for. They need to hear the justice. The justice needs to be done for our people that we have lost their lives here. I want to say this. I don't mean it, but I want to say, if you were white people and the natives and the black people were in there in charge of you, how would you feel that if one of my native people did not do their job and check on you, if they knew you were hurting, if they knew you were a suicide, or if you needed medical help? You would be doing the exact same thing we are doing right now. But you're white. You get to get away with it. The natives and the black people don't. We don't get away with it. We suffer because we don't know how to go about and get the means going to have things happen for our people. I've watched Beltrami County. I lived here for years. Beltrami County, you just go do your work. You do your work. You don't cause trouble. Oh, that's a good woman. Or that's a good man. But the minute something happens at work and you cause trouble, well, then you're a problem. But that's all right. Be a problem.
Right.
Stand up for your people.
That's right. Yep.
Stand up for them. And it's power to the people. Power to the people. Because you'll make the difference. You're the people. You're the people. Power to the people. And I can't read all of this. I'm sorry. I'm freezing. I want to say that right now we have a president. He appointed Native American women. He appointed a black woman. They elected that black woman to be vice president of the United States. And that's progress. The women are going to be there too. So you watch out for us too. You watch out for us too, because we can cause you problems. We want to see the world be a justice, to have justice in the world and get rid of this racism and hate. And we can't do it if we have too many people that are against us because of our color. We need to unite. We need to educate. But it's just a handful here, and this handful trickles down to other handfuls. So you need to spread the word that racism is not going to be a part of us anymore. We can't be hating each other because of our color of our skin. We can't. It's going to cause so many problems in this world. And if we don't take care of it now, another 20 years from now, we'll be standing here because they killed a white person. And oh my God, the natives and the black people and the Asians, they're all sticking up for that white person. But that white person is poor. But that white person can't find anybody to help them speak. So the Native Americans and the black people and the Asians, they're all going to get together and speak for that white person. And that's what I would like to see in this world happen. All of us need to unite and fight against this racism and hatred that we have going on here in Beltrami County. Beltrami County Jail is the worst jail you do not want to send your loved one to. If you do, call on them, check on them. They're denied their medicines. They're denied a phone call. You call and check on your loved ones when you know they're in jail. Call. I urge you. I beg of you. Because they have not taken care of this problem. They have not taken care of this racism, this hatred that goes on behind in this jail. They have not taken care of it. The police department are still getting away with everything here. They follow you around because of your color. They pull you over because of your color. They get rewarded because they pulled you over so many times during the year. And you know who stands out? Not the white people. Not the white people. It's the natives. It's the black people. It's the people of color that these cops pick on around here. No, it's not. And I am just gonna, I just want to say one thing. I'm getting carried away here, but this lady right here, We call her our warrior lady because she's a fighter. She's a fighter. And I am so honored to know her. What an awful, awful way to know her, but I am proud to be her friend. And thank you. Thank you. I'm going to leave now. I'm freezing. I got to go warm up.
Say his name, Tony May. 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 Right, here we go.
Hi, my name is Tamara, and my uncle was Bruce Lumberg, and he passed away in Clearwater County Jail the day that he was transferred from Beltrami County Jail. He came to Beltrami County Jail, and he was here about a month, and he started feeling sick, having bad stomach pains, asking to be seen by the med tech here, wanting to go to the doctor. Nobody did anything. His cellmates and people that he was in jail with were petitioning the jails. They signed a petition to the jailers because he needed to be seen, and they refused. On the night of the 19th of July, he wrote a kite and said that he was having left side weakness. He thought he had a mild stroke. That's when the med tech came and checked him out. His blood pressure was 210 over 188. And if anybody knows anything about blood pressure, that's, very serious. He should have gone to the emergency room, but they didn't. They gave him a pill, sent him back to bed. On the 21st of July, because of the jail being overcrowded, him and about 10 other people were transferred to Clearwater County Jail. And when he got into that Sally Port in the car, they should have taken him to the hospital, but they didn't. They washed their hands of him. They sent him to Clearwater County Jail, where he sat in waiting to be booked. When they told him he would be booked soon, they were going to book everybody else, and they put him into another holding cell so he could lay down because he was in so much pain. He couldn't even walk. He never made it out of that holding cell. He died there. 8 hours waiting to get booked, waiting to be seen by a provider, a doctor, anything that any one of us could go if we were out. But he was in jail. They wouldn't take him, and he died. He bled to death. After about probably at least 3 or 4 days of excruciating pain, he died. And I just want to say that this jail, other jails in Minnesota, everywhere, they need to change because this is not fair. This is not fair that anybody should have to go through this. Like you guys said, you go in for a DWI, you may not come out of jail. Or if you go in, for whatever reason, you may not come out of jail, and that's just not right.
That's not right.
That's not right.
That's not right. Not right.
They say you get 3 hots at a cot. Maybe that's all you get. Don't be sick because you may not get anything else. But I just want to thank you all. I want to thank Delshea. If it wasn't for her, we wouldn't be here. And and thanks for all the prayers, and let's keep praying. Let's keep doing this. Thank you.
Say his name,
Bruce.
Mike. Bruce. I'm getting tired. Bruce Lundmark. Say his name,
Bruce Lundmark.
Say his name,
Bruce Lundmark.
Say his name,
Bruce Lundmark.
Say his name,
Bruce Lundmark.
Say his name,
Bruce Lundmark.
Say his name,
Bruce Lundmark.
Okay, we're going to wrap this up, but before we do, if I could have, I don't know who's got the list, but great, thank you. I want to just real quick have Jelani, if you wouldn't mind reading these names. And while he's reading these names, these are 56 names of individuals who have died since 2015 in the Beltrami County Jail and throughout the state of Minnesota. And it's horrific. It needs to stop. And we're going to take some chalk, the families, and we're going to write the names
of those that have died here in the Beltrán County Jail on the side. So if you could just help me with that, that'd be great. Thank you.
While I do that, I just want to acknowledge Delcia. As all of you know, she has been really working hard. It's difficult for all the families I know, but she's been really working hard, and she's made a promise to her son, but also all the families. And so her wonderful organization, Be Their Voices, is the organization that's behind this rally. It is going to be an effort to really stand up and be the voices for the voiceless all over the state of Minnesota. And I encourage all of you to get involved, donate, volunteer. The website is going to be coming up soon. So I really encourage you. As we all know, it isn't just about the protests. It isn't about the marches. It isn't about just talking about the problem. We got to get organized. We got to deliver. We got to save lives. We got to create a better community, and we got to wake up our neighbors. So I really appreciate your leadership and the work that you have put in to make this happen, and for all the families as well. So it's never easy to read names, so please bear with me with all of you. So first, Naji Khan, or Naji Powell, Monte Tibbetts, Kevin Whipson.
I'm gonna watch the names get written down.
Christina Tanner, Tony May, Stephanie Bunker, Ardell Terrell, Ronald Kettle, Jared Scott, Darren Giannis, Wesley Tork Jr., Abby Rudolph, Bruce Lundmark, Kobe Marcel, Donna Jones, Joshua Voigt, Cameron Lethwich, Flavio Rosas Rios, Thomas Henry, Berhard Dierholman, Robert Kellner, Christina Duran, Miguel Garcia, Tristan Keys, Gabrielle Farnsworth, Brenda Olson, Christopher Jones, David Cook, David Lane, Danica Winslow, George Washington, Ernest Silver, James Shigmore, Matt Haas, Troy Ash, Larry Monson, Tyler Vernon, Christian Smalley, Billy Nelson, Troy Boos, Dylan Brennan, James Lanus, Justice White, Caleb Pelton, Kenneth Bureau, Jack Price, Kristen Anderson, Kobe Laidlaw, Todd Erickson, Brett Hubert, Diane Douglas, Stephen Berry, Richard Barnes,
It's gonna be the last
and
time
Joshua Perry.
that they hear your name.
And to the families of all
Your
who
name will
lost
never
life,
be
all
forgotten,
of you,
Hardell.
we stand with you.
We will continue to lift your
We will
name up.
continue to fight with you. And we will
I
continue
know
to
that
do
God
this.
did not take you.
And we will continue to do this.
I know your life was
And
not
I encourage
taken
all
in
of you, again,
vain.
as I said earlier, as others said, it's time for us to act. It's time for us to move forward. It's time for us to make a commitment to all of these families.
We
And
gonna
for all
get
of you who came out today, this is a wonderful
We
day.
gonna
Thank you
get
for being here. Thank you for coming out. for those who drove from very far places, those who flew in from Atlanta, Georgia, and other parts of this country to be here with these families. It's an incredible day for all of us to come together and be together in this moment. And we ask God to accept from us our efforts and to continue to guide us and to help us. And as we stand right in front of this jail, there are people inside. And so for those people inside, if they could hear us, we are here for justice. We are committed to justice. And we will demand for justice. And we will fight every single day until we get justice for all people in this country. All people. And now I'd like to invite Darcia to read a poem.
I want you to listen to this poem. This is for y'all. Y'all listen to this.
Oh, hey.
Darcia to read the poem.
How are you doing, Josh? Oh, it's good to see you. Yeah.
I want to read this poem to you all, particularly for the mothers. And I pray that this would bring some comfort to you all. But after Hardell had died, I was pretty angry with God, of course, and I didn't want to talk with him. I didn't want to pray. I didn't want to read my Bible. I had nothing left in me. Because after Hardell died, a big part of me died. So God allowed him to come to me in a dream where I would hear his voice, and it woke me up. And I recorded what he said. And this is what he said. Mama, see, I've been set free. I see the hole that's in your heart. Trust and believe God is mending that hole and healing that spot, because it's God's amazing work of art. I know there were many times that you stayed awake at night, praying and crying for me to see the light and go in the right direction. But see, Mama, all those prayers you prayed provided me with many years of protection, because I should have been gone long, long ago when the devil tried to take me. But God stepped in and said no. So I thank the Lord I had a praying mama, one who never gave up on me. But you got to hold on, Mama, knowing that I've been set free. I know it's hard to believe I'm gone, thinking back on when I was really, really young. God blessed us with a lot of good memories, just you and me. But you got to hold on, knowing that I've been set free. God knew my time was coming near. But during my last few days of life, I had no fear, because he was there with me, lending an ear and holding me dear. So please, Mama, please, don't you shed another tear. Now you go do what the Lord wants you to do, because God's got me and he's got you too. I ask that you ease your mind and let him take you places you never thought you'd see. So please, Mama, please, don't worry about me. I'm free from all hurt and all pain. Your prayers were never in vain, because the Lord came and got me and set me free. Now you go be who God created you to be, so that other sons' mamas could be set free. But God, it is his strength. It is the grace of God that I'm able to even stand here before you to tell you and talk and fight, because I'm tired. But like that mother said, we can't just pray and we can't just march and we can't just protest and rally. It's got to be a combination of all those things. But it's leaders like Nakima Levy Armstrong. It's leaders like Jonathan McClellan. It's leaders like my brother over here. I thank God for you. If Care, I thought about that. I was like, Care, I don't know how you came up with that name, but you care about a whole lot of folks with that name. That Jelani, I thank you. Jelani Hussein, I didn't want to chop up his name. Please forgive me. But it's leaders like these folks out here that come behind us and say, we got your back. And they can push us and they can help us to give us the strength outside of God, so that we can do the impossible, because we know that we can do all things through Christ that strengthen us. Amen. And I just thank God for each and every one of you out here. I know it's very cold, so I'm going to just end with saying this. If nobody told you today they love you, I'm going to tell you right now, I love you. But guess what? God loves you even more. Peace.
Hallelujah! Yes! Glory!
I don't know how to turn.
These 56 volumes. You know about this? In fact, they want to release 56 volumes.
We got your back! We got your back!
56 people died.
Oh, really? Balloons?
Yes, she
At
told
the
me.
park? Okay.
It's like even chance.
Okay. Thank you.
We got your back! We got your back! We got your back! We got your back! Yes!
That's right.
Once again, we're here live in Bemidji, Minnesota, outside of the Beltrami County Jail, where you just saw numerous family members who've lost their loved ones inside the jail speak. You heard from Bruce Lemmark's family, as well as Delshia Perry and Hardell Sherrill's family, as well as Tony May Jr.'s family. Here's a look inside the jail. Sorry if we're going to get possibly another copyright strike. I'm going to try to talk over this. We'll get an interview in pretty soon, and we'll try to talk to some of the family members.
The silence is in.
The crowd is about to march back.
Feels like it's getting hard to breathe.
Can I ask you
I
some
know you
questions?
feel like dying.
We're here joined by a family member who's lost a loved one. What has this been like for you? You came from far away to come join this rally. What has it been like?
You know, man, I'm dealing with my own struggles, and we're here to support Ms. D and Justice for Ardell Sherrill. Died at the Bell County Jail here, man.
Talk about Kobe. We have an image of Kobe right here. I know you're like the stepfather of Kobe. Can you talk about basically how you're feeling now about 2 years almost, coming up on 2 years since Kobe's death at the hands of police?
I don't know, it's been the roughest, it's not even quite 2 years yet, but it's been the roughest 2 years of my life. You know, I've never dealt with this type of trauma before, you know, and the way he died is makes it even worse, you know. It's just something that no one should have to go through, you know, and I just, knowing that the officers are still being on the force is even harder to deal with, you know. And until we get that changed, I don't know what we're going to do, man. Our lives will never be the same, you know. It's been a struggle.
Can you talk about some of the support, the families that have been shown? We have here a bunch of the families, and I saw Delshia grab your arm as she walked by. What has the support been like for the families and from the families?
You know, they've always been there, you know, because this happened before Kobe, and it's, you know, unfortunately going to continue to happen. But, you know, me personally, I've been fighting the system, man, and I haven't been giving the support to the families that they need to have, being a victim of losing a loved one. And, you know, I'm dealing with my own struggles, man, and I can't fight for them when I can't fight for myself. So once I get my shit together, then I'll be able to come out and do what I need to do, give them the support that they deserve, you know, and I appreciate everything they're doing for Kobe and for our family and for Amity and Jason, Kobe's dad. You know, it's just, I need to be out here, man, and I gotta try to help and make a difference, you know, and be more supportive when I need to be.
Is there anything you want to say to family members who might have lost loved ones that might not know what to do?
Yeah, you know, I'm going to have to reach out, and it's going to be something that I hope you don't have to go through, but if you do, you know, these families are important. They are here for support, and, you know, without them, it's something that's not easy to deal with, you know, and having to hear the stories over and over every day again, even going on 2 years, just makes it like the day that it happened. So, you know, it's something I gotta, you know, unfortunately I'm going to be taking medication for, so I can deal with that reality and try to be level-headed without, you know, doing anything I may regret, you know what I mean? Unfortunately, I have to be honest with you, so, you know, I keep myself off in the distance, and, you know, I'm here for support, but at the same time, I'm a little cautious, you know, I don't want to see anybody get hurt, you know, and that's always a possibility. Not only from the police, but from the racists also. You know, and Black Lives do matter. And that's what this is about also. It's about Black Lives Matter. And yes, it's true, it's about all lives, but right now it's about Black Lives Matter. They're dying at an alarming rate, man. So we got to do something to change that. I don't know what it's going to be, but racism is a good way to start. You got to stop this racist bullshit, man. Treat people like you're supposed to be treated, like humans, not by skin.
Thank you. Anything else?
I'm good, Nico. Thank you for all you're doing, Nico. Appreciate it. Thank you for that. Thank you.
So again, that was Kobe Heisler's stepfather. You too. Just some of the residuals of the pain that the family has to deal with after a lost loved one. Kobe was killed at the hands of police, fatally shot 2 years ago. He's autistic. He was an autistic man, and he was killed by Brooklyn Center Police.
I just wanted to, this is my sister, Latreville. She came up here from Atlanta just for this.
Good to meet you.
Yeah. So, you know, I thank God. I'm just so grateful to God that, you know, I just had to keep pushing. And we're going to get some justice, you know. It's been a long time coming. Change going to come, though. Because I'm not going to keep, you know, marching and rallying. I'm definitely going to keep praying, though. Because the power of prayer it changes things. But in the meantime, I'm working with legislation. And we are so happy about the bill that we pray will get passed by Senate. So, Limmer, I'm expecting him to make this happen. It must pass. Because they cannot continue to treat people less than human and think because they are in a position of authority that they can continue to get away with it and be above the law. The law cannot continue to be above the law. They have to be held accountable.
Talk about this bill.
Well, the bill right now that we are working on, we have actually asked so many different things with the DOC kind of coming in with. So it was kind of a duo thing. My attorney and I, we were just pointing out things that were obviously an issue, like the well-being checks aren't being done, obviously. You know, just looking through a glass or walking by the window, that doesn't justify as a well-being check. You have to actually go in there, and Hardell, we know, was in a medically segregated part of the jail. They should have gone in there and, you know, looked at him, touched him, are you okay, what's going on? But they didn't care. So we definitely got to do away with that. So that is in the bill. There are issues with when there is an in-custody death, and I'm trying to avoid that from happening, right? But when there's an in-custody death, that they cannot, they cannot investigate themselves, that they must have an independent investigation. And just the changes with the medical. Another outside agency to come in and oversee what they're doing, and having, you know, just one layer of another, and, you know, just everybody's like, oh, okay, this one did this, that one's gonna check, you know, it's checks and balances, if you will. It's not gonna be just, oh, we checked and everything's good, and, because that's what happened when Gray Croucher, came in and said there were no violations. I knew that was a lie from the pit of hell. I'm like, what are you talking about? A blind man, Ray Charles, could see the truth and what happened to my son. So I pushed Paul Schnell and I said, Paul, you got to do something.
Paul Schnell, the DOC head.
Yes, the DOC, yes. And Paul Schnell said, okay, but I pushed and pushed. Finally, he went back in and I said, why don't you do an in-house investigation, Paul? So let's let the people know what really happened. So he agreed, and he did, and that's when the whistleblowing nurse, whose name I'm not going to put out there for privacy, came up with her findings. And then, of course, it was like a floodgate of, oh my gosh, really, this is... And she spoke to me and told me that when she went in there to visit Hardell, it was as if she was watching a murder happen right before her very eyes. And she quit the next day because it did something to her. She couldn't handle it.
And she was working with men.
Yeah, she was working with men, exactly. Same thing I had said before. This medical piece, just like holding the jailers and whoever the hires that be accountable, law enforcement and whoever else you want to name, men medical, they just need to shut them down. They just need to shut them down.
And MEND is run by Dr. Todd Leonard?
Yes, Dr. Todd Leonard, who's being sued over and over and over and over. It's not about money. We don't care about money. No amount of money is going to bring Hardell back. That would be the true justice. But justice for me would be one, shut Beltrami County Jail down. How about let's start right there. Then we can work on all of the other corrupt jails in the state of Minnesota. Because as everybody knows, systemic racism goes from policing to the jails all the way to the prison system. They're all interlinked, and we just gotta hold them accountable, and we gotta make changes in legislation. So I'm gonna be very careful about who I vote for this coming next election, and crossing T's and dotting I's, and really looking at who's running and for what, making sure that I make the right decisions forthcoming. But we have to do something, and that's what I'm doing. I started this organization out of course, the death of my son. Be Their Voices. Be Their Voices.
What's the website?
BeTheirVoices.org. And it just launched tonight. So thank God. So we're looking for any kind of support that we can get. We're an advocacy support organization where we will help, like what I'm doing tonight, helping the families, reaching out to them. You know, they reach out to me. We give them support, and of course we help them seek justice, real justice. And then that's where we get in contact with Unicorn Riot and the other outlets that do an amazing job to tell the truth of the stories, of the untold stories. So we want to give a voice to the voiceless. That's what Be Their Voices is all about. To God be the glory.
Can I ask you a question real quick?
Absolutely.
I know this is a fast-paced march back. Holy cow.
I know. I told them to take a shortcut because it done got cold out here.
Yeah, real cold.
And we got to release 56 balloons.
Okay.
Red balloons for the blood that was shed, for the 56 lives that have been stolen since 2015 till now. In Minnesota.
6 years.
That's ridiculous. That is totally and utterly unacceptable. And we got to do something about that. And I'm going to do whatever I can, and I'm going to keep on fighting till the day I die. Because these families, they need me. I need them. We need each other. And I just thank God, it's hard, but I got to keep fighting. I got to keep fighting.
So there's been a lot of investigations that have happened. You touched on it a little bit. Paul Schnell came in, investigated DOC. After they said they didn't find any problems in Hardell's death, they re-examined the death. They found a lot of issues.
A whole lot.
What is the real calculable changes that have happened since then, or is it still just in the investigation stage?
Well, no, actually, they sent out a letter February 11th with a plethora of changes. And the well-being checks, communication, holding one another accountable, and the list is so long. I would have to send you the paperwork because right off the top of my head I can't even recall everything. But it's a good start. Let's just say that. And the Sheriff's Association got it. They probably weren't too happy because nobody likes change, but we need change, and it's well overdue. 100 years, over 100 years, laws have not been changed. It's time for some laws to be changed, and that's what I'm here to do. And however I need to do it, by any means necessary, we gonna make some changes for the people. Amen.
Thank you. Can you give an update real quick on Hardell's family, his little babies, If you want to.
It's my sister. We said family. This is my
Yeah,
sister.
I know, right?
Who flew in from Atlanta.
That's
to come.
amazing. Yeah.
Minister.
You can talk too if you would like. But can I hear about the daughters real quick?
Yes. Well, the oldest, Kalia, she's 9. She's the most affected because she's the oldest one. It really hit her hard, and she asked me, Grandma, why aren't they saying my dad's name? Because all she heard was George Floyd, and she's 9. She didn't understand that. She wanted to hear them talk about her dad because she knew that something had happened to her dad that people needed to know about, a 9-year-old. So, I don't know if she's getting any mental health services or not, but I keep praying for all of them. Be careful. The middle child, Savannah, and Cece, the baby, they ask about their father. They miss him a lot. And it's hard for me, as the grandmother, trying to explain what exactly has happened. So it's harder for me, I think, than it is for them. Children are resilient, and I just keep praying over them because that's all that I know to do, because I know that works. So, yeah.
Thank you. I'll let you get to this.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
God bless you. I appreciate you being out here.
For sure. Appreciate the invite. Do you want to talk about why you came from Atlanta to here? Obviously, it's a family thing, but how has this affected you as well?
Well, Hardell is my first, he's my nephew, so I love him. And we were going to celebrate our 29th birthday, but he never made it to be 29. So my sister's her only child, and she's got 3 grandbabies. So we've been together as a family, and we're going to stay together as a family. Whatever she does, I know she's for all the people. So I have to come and support her. And this is my way of being able to support her. So when God makes a way, the way is made. And this will be a change. This is a change today. March 3, 2021. We're going to mark this down. This is a history-making day. And I'm so glad I could be here with her to support her and let her know she's doing what's going to make a difference for a lot of people. And we just thank God.
Right here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. I'm Nico. Good to meet you.
I go by Joy.
Okay, Joy. Thank you. Okay, some balloons are going to be let off here, I believe. People are taking a picture right now. The balloons will be let off, I think 56 from what I hear. And then I believe this action will be done. It's very cold with the wind right now. So again, if you want to know what Delcia was talking about, we have a lot of articles on our website about Hardell Cheryl and about the investigations that sort of have happened, as well as some of the updates. She brought up the whistleblower, a nurse whistleblower. She brought up Paul Snell. Paul Snell was not DOC head when Hardell died. He came out of retirement, from my understanding, and then actually has called for change within the system. Started investigations into Hardell's death. The first investigation found no fault at the hands of Beltrami County and Mend Correctional Care, but beyond that, they had another investigation. That other investigation found a lot of faults. What's up? How you doing?
All right. You want to go in there? My RV? I'm gonna open it up. It's my RV.
Oh, tight. Nice. Is that what you've been traveling in?
Yeah.
Tight.
They're gonna let out these balloons. You have that. Can I use your charger one last time? Just to
So, sorry. Here's Babe the Blue Ox and Paul Bunyan. They're Minnesota figureheads up here in the timberland area of northern Minnesota. Also colonizers. So again, we're talking about Hardell Cheryl. He went into jail and was in there for 8 days before he died. He went in healthy, awaiting court, and died on September 2nd. He went to the hospital once, was denied a hospital visit another time by the jail administrator, Calandra Allen, who claimed he was trying to escape. And even the medical doctor at the hospital took the word from the specific medical care providers at the jail that Hardell was faking his illness. He slowly died from Guillain-Barré syndrome and lost all sort of ability to live. He couldn't eat, he couldn't move. His last days in jail were very, very horrible. Harrowing videos were released, and if you want to see more of that, go to unicornriot.ninja. There, again, as I was talking about, there was investigations. Those investigations moved into showcasing some of the neglect, and that neglect that led to the death of Hardell Sherrill. There's going to be balloons released in a moment, and we'll see that. I'm going to stop talking until then. Again, go to our website, unicornriot.ninja. Type in the Google search Unicorn Riot and Hardell Sherrill, Hardel, Sherrill, Sherrell, for more information. There's also Care 11 investigations on jails in specific in Minnesota and the intricacies of the negative impacts that they've been having and the neglect that the medical care and correctional officers have been giving to the incarcerated people. Again, here's Tanya Abed. Tanya, we heard from talking about line 3. She's on hunger strike. We got King Demetrius Pendleton right here. I think he's been streaming this. There's a few other media out here. We heard from Kobe Heist, her stepfather, a little bit ago. Delshia Perry is, I believe, going to release these balloons very shortly. Naj Powell's family seemed to have left. I was going to try to talk to them. But we heard from them when they were up at the jail talking. We also saw and heard from Tony May's family.
I'm not sure what I can say.
Heck yeah.
I have some black people I got them at the hospital. Next time I see you, I'll make sure you
Yeah,
have
thank you.
hoodie and everything else.
Yeah, I can give an interview.
Thank you. Well, it looks like they're about to do the balloons now. Next time.
I'm not sure that's what I would say, but.
Okay, yep, that's...
All right. All right, everybody.
All right, you guys, I know y'all freezing and y'all ready to go home because I am too. But we can't leave until we do just one last thing for all 56 stolen lives. We got 56 red balloons for the blood that was shed.
Yeah.
So I think I'll just count to 3, and we're gonna, any of the families want to come up that are still out here, want to hold on to the bags. I'm gonna hold on to the bag, and we're just gonna say 1, 2, 3, and on the count of 3, we're just gonna release them. All right? 1, 2, 3. Hardell, Nash, Bruce, all of them. Stephanie Bunker, Tony May. Yeah! No justice! No peace! No peace! Love you guys. Thank you so much for coming out. Thank you guys. All to the people!
So you saw 56 balloons get released for the lives of those lost in jails in Minnesota since 2015.
It's our duty to win!
one another.
We must love and support one another.
We have nothing to lose but our change.
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 All power to the people.
All power to the people.
Traveling mercies for everybody, and I thank God for each and every one of you guys that came out and support us. Thank you. Yeah, because my throat getting a little rough. Well, what is that, man? I pray for traveling mercies for everyone that has come out, and I thank God for each and every one of you all on a cold, windy day. It wasn't this whole day, but I thank God it didn't rain, because they were talking about rain, and we prayed, Lord, don't let it rain. So I know the power of prayer, it works, and I'm going to keep on praying. Thank you guys again. I love you. God bless you all.
We got your
power to the people.
Power to the people.
All right, you all. Thank you for joining this live stream from Bemidji, Minnesota, up in North Minnesota, 4 hours north of Minneapolis, where you saw numerous families speaking out about their lost loved ones inside of jails. Naj Powell, inside of Hennepin County. We heard from the family of Tony May, Michael Bellinger, and Hardal Cheryl, who all lost their lives either inside or from complications from inside Beltrami County Jail. So want to know more information about those instances? We do have a lot about Hardal Cheryl on our site. So if you go to unicornriot.ninja, you can find that, or if you do a search in the search engine. Thank you. Oh, wow. So here's one of the locks. They've been putting the locks on the Hennepin County Government Center fence, and the police have been cutting the locks off. And so this one is Kobe Heisler, and this was cut.
This was brought to me here in Bemidji, not knowing I was going to be here, but somebody actually gifted it to me.
Wow.
And it's just a lock with Kobe's name on it, and it does have meaning, but yeah, what they did to Kobe, this lock is nothing compared to what they've done to Kobe and his family. So yeah, as far as I'm concerned, whoever's cutting these locks down, you can put them in a sock and hit yourself over the head with them.
Thank you. It's good. So again, we're gonna take the stream down again. Thank you for joining this. Go to unicornriot.ninja. Hardal Cheryl. We have a lot about Hardal. We don't have anything about Tony May and some of the other folks, but some of them are mentioned in one of our Hardal pieces. So again, thank you all for joining. This is Nico from Unicorn Riot. Thank you so much, Chris, running the back end today and yesterday when we were covering the Near North encampment protests. And continue to follow our work. We will be broadcasting live the Derek Chauvin trial coming Monday morning, and we will probably also be dropping some more stories. So continue to follow our website, unicornriot.ninja, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Vimeo. All right, you all. Take care and have a good night.
While coming to America, they didn't have very many choices on a lot of the paperwork. There was only the choice of either black or white. And on that paperwork, the lady told her that she needed to correct it during that time because she said she was white. Her skin was light. She thought she was white. And they told her, no ma'am, you are not white. You're not Caucasian. So she had to choose black. My mother worked so hard and had so many businesses. One of the businesses was a massage parlor and a spa. My godmother and her both owned multiple ones in Dallas, Texas. Not all of them were soliciting sex. Not all of them were sex-orientated establishments. After she passed, I was harassed. I was harassed a lot by political community members, by police that didn't really support my mother's type of business. So I moved to Colorado. I mean, there's 2 H marks here. I thought, you know, there's a large Asian community. So Yeah, and two Pacific Ocean. Yeah, I mean, come on, lots of really amazing stores, and I figured, okay, I don't want to move to Florida. I mean, come on. And there's a lot of gig work there, but Colorado was just blowing up, and it was good work. Many of my family members moved away too after my mother passed away. But my aunt Sunny still works at a spa there in Dallas, Texas. And I wonder, after this incident and after seeing posts on social media, does everyone think that massage parlors and spas are just sex parlors? I mean, seriously, she works at King Spa. It's a very reputable spa in Dallas. And then I think, could this be people that my mother worked with that died? Could there be other places targeted because they see the Asian community, especially the Asian women, as sexualized objects? I had no idea of Colorado's history, and learning about Hawk Alley was something that brought tears to my eyes. You know, many of the people moved here not just because of the gold rush, because we were cheap labor for the railroad systems. The area was huge. It extended from 15th Street to 20th Street and from Market Street to Wazee. And that incident was the first ever recorded race war here. And the crazy thing, guys, no one ever mentions this because nobody ever wants to talk about the money. But $30,000 of damage was done, and nobody was reimbursed for that. Nobody. I mean, think about that. 1880, $30,000 worth of damage. Thinking about it now, that's just insane. You know, there's a plaque. It's right over in that corner, southeast corner. And it's just racist. And it's just denying the fact that the Chinese community was destroyed here. I mean, it's literally like 2 or 3 paragraphs. You know, it talks about a white guy and a pool fight. But it doesn't it doesn't signify the damage, it doesn't signify the hurt, and it doesn't signify all the hate that is still happening in Colorado to this day. Some of the things that Asian and Korean immigrants have endured is just heartbreaking. The Immigration Act of 1924, after that heinous crime here, basically excluded Korean immigrants into the United States. And then the Immigration and Nationality Act of 1952 opened up more opportunities for Korean Americans to move out of enclaves into middle-class neighborhoods. I mean, that means not just Korean Americans had to live in these situations. It was a lot of Asian Americans. So the crazy thing is, my mom moved over here when there was a large group of them who were married to U.S. citizens. So with the passage of the Nationality Act of 1965, Asian Americans were able to finally start moving into the United States. The biggest issue I worry about in present day is the older Asian community, especially the women. I know that lady who was 70 beat the heck out of that guy. But the video after broke my heart. She doesn't feel safe. She doesn't feel at all well. If you see her face, it is completely bruised. There are close to 23 million Asian Americans here in this country. And nearly 3,800 hate crimes were reported just between March 19 of last year and February 28th of this year. And the thing is, women were targeted at a disproportionate rate, making up 68% of the reports. Asian women are fetishized, hypersexualized, and has seen as docile and submissive. On top of that, they often are working in service sectors, like massage parlors and salons, where they're subject to a lot of abuse that they don't report. A lot of Asian American businesses have been already hit especially hard. And it all started when President Trump, or ex-President Trump, decided to say that this was a Chinese virus. And we all need to recognize that we need to stop all of this hate and begin supporting each other, because hate is a virus. Thank you.
There's a reason why I took off my mask. This is who I am. My name is Daniel. I'm from Atlanta, Georgia. When I was younger, growing up in Macon, Georgia, my mother told me this: look down and be silent. The reason why was because she knew, my father knew, my aunts, my uncles knew that you had to be silent in this country as an Asian American. A lot of times, they have worked hard, 16-hour days, 16, 20-hour days. I never saw my parents growing up. Growing up in Macon, Georgia was one of the hardest things I ever done in my life. And it was hard. It really was. But it taught me strength. And it taught me community. I didn't grow up with a lot of Asians, unfortunately. But seeing all this right here was all I need. When the shooting happened in Akron, Georgia, it was 5 minutes away from where my mother used to work at a laundromat, where she would go there and do dry cleaning, do alterations for people's clothes. This shooter could have, instead of going to Asian massage parlors, could have gone to other Asian-owned business. He could have gone to an Asian restaurant. He could have gone to a laundromat, beauty supply stores, gas stations. This is the reality we face today. And this guy, this coward, targeted Asian women, who are the bedrock of our society and Asian culture. They have done so much for me, for all of us right here who are Asian. Let's be honest. They have worked so hard. And what made me mad is that sheriff, back in Georgia. And of course, he had to say he was at the end of his rope. He had a bad day. Well, in my bad day, I smoked a blunt. What are you talking about? Ridiculous. I drink a 40. But they have to defend him. And they have to let go of what Asian women got to say. One of the surviving witnesses said in Korean, in the Korean Atlanta Times, said in Korean, this is what Robert Long said: I am going to kill all Asians. And what did the mainstream media reported? It was a sex addiction. And if you look at 1875, what Laura was talking about, 1875, when the Page Act wasn't acted into law, the first restrictive act to restrict any immigration in this country was against Asian women, specifically Chinese women. Even President Ulysses Grant said in his speech, saying Asian women are immoral. And to this day, in 2021, and you think after civil rights, you think after Dr. Martin Luther King, you think after Mr. Chan, we still got to deal with this. Asian women are still sexualized, Asian men are demasculized, and Asian people have no representation. No, we are not represented at all. I cry when I watch Crazy Rich Asians. You know why? That was the very first time I saw a man who was not a nerd, who was not weak. That was the very first time I see a guy. I was like, he's hot. Let's be honest. And that gave me hope. And then when I saw, I forgot what the new movie name is. Minari? That was a beautiful movie because that's a representative. That was very similar to my parents' story growing up in Georgia when we had a gas station. Their difference was in Arkansas, they had a farm, but we had a gas station in the middle of Georgia where they speak, where it's not Georgia, it's Georgia. That's main Georgia, you know? But then in the day, we're here united. I see people all race, all ethnicities, sexual orientation, age. Here's gathered today to say a simple message. Stop Asian hate crimes.
Thanks, Daniel. My name is Eve, and I was doing Taipei, and at the age of 15, I moved to Australia with my family as a migrant. And I spent the 25 years of my life down under. Until April 2015, I moved again. And now I happily call Denver home. As someone who was born in a monoculture, and then spent all of my adult life in two countries that is based on immigration and also multiculturalism. We have people in this country from over 115 nationalities. And I'm really, I feel really, truly blessed to be able to learn about the beauty of different cultures, food, art, music, worldview, religions. I learned to live in harmony with people who look very different to me. Sadly, I have also a fair share of prejudice, discrimination, and the racial biases experiences in the last 30 years. If you're a parent, you will know racism is learned. No child was born a racist. You put a group of toddlers, together from different skin colors. They will just naturally reach out and start playing. They might fight over toys, but no kid will hit each other simply because they look different. My first taste of the existence of racism was in a social study class during my senior year at a Catholic school in Brisbane, Australia. I was one of the only 4 Asian kids in the entire school. I was working on an assignment about racism and the impact of racism. And as part of the assignment, I had my classmates fill out a survey and asked them to rank basically all different races in terms of superiority to inferiority, all the way to chimpanzees. To my shock, Asians are ranked below chimpanzees by my fellow 17-year-old Aussie classmates. I was literally sitting there surrounded a bunch of people with this racial bias. That was the first time I learned my skin color, my almond-shaped eyes. They are my brand. And people actually judge me, my words, simply based on this brand. And that was the first time I ever was exposed firsthand how it feels like to be perceived as anything lower than animals, basically. In my 25 years living in Australia, I must say, I've only experienced one harassment due to my race. But most of my racism is there, but it's not acted on. Australia has hate speech law. Australia also has very strong discrimination law protecting all Australians against discrimination. At times I feel isolated, alienated, but I have never once feared that someone will actually harm me physically because of what I look like. In a short 5 years I lived in Denver, I was verbally abused, physically intimidated, and I got told to go back to where I come from 3 times. I don't think I need to explain why such hate was played out in action in bright daylight. When we had a hate about this country, spewing hatred about people of colors almost on a daily basis. On the day I was naturalized as an American this year, American citizen, I have to say I didn't feel proud. I didn't feel welcome at all because of all these experiences. When it really should be one of the most exciting, really great achievement, milestone, that is worth celebrating. And like so many here today, when I learned about the Atlanta shootings at these 3 Asian-owned businesses, I was not shocked, but I was extremely overwhelmed by the fears and the mixed emotion. And it took me 2 days to be able to navigate through all these emotions. No one wants to live in fear, but racism and hate crimes brought out a feeling of helplessness. Because being an Asian or having my almond-shaped eyes, none of those are things I can control or can hide. It put me on the quest to learn about why there is so much hate and why some people feel they can verbally, physically hurt another human being simply because they look different. Through my research, I found there are 7 major factors for racism to thrive in our country. Let me read them to you. Categories, which organize people into distinct groups. Factions, which trigger in-group loyalty and inter-group competition. Segregation, which hardens racist perceptions, preferences, and beliefs. Hierarchy, which emboldens people to think, feel, and behave in a racist manner. Power, which legislates racism on both micro and macro levels. Media, which legitimizes the overrepresented and idealized representation of white Americans, while marginalizing and minimizing people of color. And pacifism, such that overlooking or denying the existence of racism encourages others also to do so. As humans, we all bleed the same color blood. We're not meant to hate each other. In fact, we are far more connected than we think we are separate. And that we rely on one another to live in a peaceful and successful life. Racism affects not just the community that is targeted, but it also basically affects all of us, including the community the perpetrator and the hate crime offenders belong to too. The increase of hate crimes against Asians and the terror act in Atlanta shocked all of us. As we unpack everything, the most important question to me, where do we go from here? The good news, as I mentioned in the beginning, is that racism is learned. So when it's learned, we can unlearn it too. The challenge is I hadn't even begun that process. After Atlanta, I spoke with a number of my Chinese friends, and many are indeed very, very fearful. The sentiment, although is 100% justified and understandable, it won't solve this racism crisis. We need to bring as many people into the conversation as possible and establish a common understanding that racism is not a brown, black, native, Asian problem. It is an American problem. We must try to create a bridge with those who are not impacted by racism on a daily basis in our community in every possible way and every possible channel we can. As hard it is to talk about the fears, We must engage in dialogues and share our fears and touch our friends at an emotional level. When people understand the struggles at that level, people tend to be open-hearted, and people tend to be empathetic. Build allies. I'm extremely grateful to see many people from native, black, brown, white communities here with us today. White folks, you hold the privilege to help educate other fellow white folks in our community on this very sensitive, very uncomfortable subject. Help us use this privilege to help colored folks to increase awareness and empathy in your community. And understand that how harmful this is to all of us. Seek knowledge. There are plenty of resources out there that will teach you about racism and actually teaching people about this subject of all ages and how to convey racism. Get involved. I'm grateful to see so many people are here from, all different racial communities here today. It means that this community is committed to building a truly inclusive society based on equality and nation. For that, I thank all of you. Racism is a virus. As Americans, we must ask what sort of country we want to become in the future. A divided one, or an inclusive one in which we all lift each other up. To me, the latter is the true meaning of patriotism. And if enough of us are willing to learn and to do the hard work to build bridges instead of build walls, we can defeat this virus together. Thank you.
Janet Damon. Echo behind my ear. I'm so grateful to be with you tonight. Okay. I'm here to honor my bloodlines, my Korean ancestors, my black ancestors, my experiences as a woman who holds these two worlds within her. Being raised by a Baptist man and a Buddhist woman allows me to hold this complexity at my core. I am simultaneously a woman whose ancestors were brought here from West Africa in 1715 to build this nation's wealth under the most oppressive conditions imaginable. My Korean ancestors also knew suffering, the kind that comes with war and military occupation of Korea. This birthed in my parents a deep love of freedom and a deep understanding of what solidarity means and what that means when it's embodied. This means that I am rooted in my blackness and my Korean self at all times, and no matter the worlds that I walk in. In America, it means that I find myself at the intersection of anti-blackness, xenophobia, and patriarchy all the time. And I'm here with a single message. You cannot win if you are not fighting all forms of oppression. Anti-blackness kills. Xenophobia kills. Upholding patriarchy kills. Homophobia is killing. Poverty is killing people every single day in this country. Hate kills. And this hate in America is rooted in white supremacy, and it's designed to disconnect us from our humanity so that you can be a gladiator out here competing for resources and believing that you've won every time you've dehumanized your brothers and sisters. Solidarity means that you are resisting, othering, justifying, and silencing yourself so that you can be compliant to systems of oppression. Solidarity means that you see how these systems are interlocking, immersive, and distinctly connected to ensnare and harm people of color, women, differently abled, neurodiverse, poor, and working class communities. Esteemed poet, activist, and author Audre Lorde told us, "My silence has not protected me. Your silence will not protect you. You are never really whole." You are never really a whole person if you remain silent, because there's always this one little part of you that wants to be spoken out. We have been socialized to respect fear more than our own needs for language and definition. And while we wait in silence for the final luxury of fearlessness, the weight of that silence will choke us. So tonight, I dare you to use your voice. I want to do a call and response for you. Every time I say these words, I want you to say, when I pause, I will not be silent. When I see the mistreatment of my Black, Indigenous, Latinx, Asian, queer brothers and sisters, I will not be silent. When I see elders being harassed, I will not be silent. When I see women being denigrated or abused, I will not be silent. When I hear comments made about communities of color and those who are gender expansive, I will not be silent. When I see othering and psychological violence, I will not be silent. When I see that you need my help, my advocacy, my fellowship, and my voice, I will not be silent. I will not be silent for you, and we will not be silent for each other. May our words become actions, and may our actions bring peace. Ashe. Ashe.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Joey, and all right, can you hear me? I want to first thank Cody for having us here today and having this space to allow us to mourn. And I didn't really prepare anything because I just sort of wanted to speak from my heart. So I hope it's okay with y'all. I can speak a bit casually. What really pisses me off is when they keep saying it's because he had a bad day. He had a bad day. We all have bad days. My mom, she's a refugee from Vietnam. She had to sneak out in the middle of the night in the dark with her family. They had to sneak on a boat, and she was stuck on that boat for almost a month because no one wanted to accept Vietnamese refugees at that time. And she was seasick the entire time. I would call that probably a bad day. Maybe a bad month. In fact, it was a bad year because once she arrived in Hong Kong, she was in a refugee camp for 10 months before she could finally make it here. I'd call that a bad year, bad few years. When they finally got here, my mom actually couldn't finish middle school back in Vietnam. And when she came here, she didn't finish high school either. She had to drop out and work for her family. And when I was born, and my dad was there in that room, and my mom had went through labor for, 16 hours. And he looked at me and he was like, "She's so ugly, are you sure she's mine?" And then he left. I'd call that a fucking bad day. She didn't go and shoot people. You know what she did? She got her shit together. She worked every day. She made sure I had a good life. She put food on the table. A few years ago, when my mom was walking in the neighborhood that she lived for several years, a big truck rolls on by. Some white kids in their 20s, she tells me, they stick their heads out their window. They stare her down, they slow down, they're driving right next to her, and they yell at her, they say, "You fucking chink!" She said she was scared. She said if she ran, she knew she couldn't outrun them. She's older, they're young. This is her neighborhood. I call that a bad day. Stop excusing white supremacists. Stop excusing shitty behavior, because we all have bad days, and none of us are mass murderers. Right. I see a lot of faces here, and it's very heartening. But I ask that you keep showing up, because this hashtag is no longer going to be trending in a few months. I need you to not only come here for this moment, I need you to continue to stand up I need you to continue to stand up, not just for Asians, but for Black, Indigenous, people of color, for LGBTQ communities, for any marginalized community that needs help. Because this is not a one-time thing. This is a journey. This is a lifetime of work, and we can't do this alone. I want to end with a poem I wrote. It was inspired by Joanna Ho's children's book. It goes, I have eyes that kiss in the corners. My yellow skin reflects like moonlight. In my veins runs the blood of survivors. So many things have conspired to kill me before I could even exist. Yet I'm still alive. My existence is a revolution. Thank you.
Amplify the voice, right? Yeah. You got to do that. Miss Diana. Thank you, Cody. Thank you, Cody, for organizing this and having me here. He's 25 years old, guys. I want to provide you with statistics. I printed up 75. I wasn't expecting this. You know, I used to say that, but I want to provide you with statistics about the Asian and Asian American Pacific Islander from the census from 2018. The Asian population, Chinese, 5.1 million. Asian Indian, 4.5 million. Filipino, 4.1. Vietnamese, 2.1 million. Korean, 1.8. Japanese, 1.5. Pakistani, 500,000. Thai, 329,000. Hmong, 320,000. Cambodians, 300,000. Laotian, 262,000. Taiwanese, 213. Bangladesh, 213,000. Burmese, 189. Nepalese, 175. Indonesian, 116,000. Sri Lanka, 61,000. And the native Hawaiian and other Pacific Islander population, Native Hawaiian, 626,000. Samoan, 213. Gomonan and Chamorro, 182,000. Tongan, 62,000. I can honestly say I didn't know some of these. That is over 21 different Asian and Pacific Islander ethnicities with different languages, with different religious backgrounds. I want to honor these victims of this anti-Asian hate crime by telling you a little bit about each of them, which you know that a few of them have not expressed about who they are because that's just the way the Asian community is. If they don't want their information out there, they're going to keep it to themselves, and we have to respect that. So what I have found, Sun Si Park was 74. Twin Jun Grant, he was South Korean, 51, a single mother, working hard to provide for her two sons. Sun Jin Kim, 69,
Yun Ayu, 63. Delaney Ashley Yun, 33. A mother to a 13-year-old son, an 8-month daughter, leaves behind her husband, whom she has only married for less than a year. Paul Andre Michaels, American. 54, lived in ATL for 26 years, owner of an alarm company, and lives behind Donnie and his wife. Zhao Jie Tan, Chinese, American, 49, a mother, and would have been 50 years old 3 days ago. And she was the owner of a young spa who worked 12 hours a day. John Lu Fong, 44. Elias Hernandez, the shooting, he survived, and he removed his bullet from his tummy. He does have a GoFund page that you can donate to. I'd like to ask everyone to have a moment of silence. Thank you, everyone. 6 of the women are of Asian descent. This is a terrifying reminder of the dangers women, and especially women of color, face just living their daily lives. The 21-year-old shooter blamed a specific race of people for what he claimed was a sexual addiction and murdered them because of it. A 21-year-old. That's sickening. We all know too well how true this is to today's society, that Asian women are fetishized, sexualized, and marginalized, which makes us vulnerable to violence. We are depicted in film, video, theatrical productions, such as you all know what it is. According to NNEDV, the everyday racism and sexism against women yields deadly results, as this dehumanizing creates a climate that makes a violence 41 to 61% of Asian women report experiencing physical and or violence by an intimate partner during their lifetime. Who can raise their hand about that? Can anybody raise their hand? Any of the Asian women? How many feel? I've been abused. In a minute, because they won't. Asian Americans make up 5.6% of the nation's population, at approximately 22 million strong, the fastest growing racial or ethnic group in the U.S. What is happening is an act of hate, racism. The horrific massacre in Georgia is sadly the latest in the uptick of attacks. In San Francisco, Jiang Xinqiang, and I think I'm saying it right, and I hope somebody can help me, but she was punched in the face by a white male and survived. She was tough and defended herself, as she should. In February, Noel Quintana was slashed across the face, from ear to ear, with a machete at a subway in Manhattan while going to work. And then there's 13-year-olds that slapped an 89-year-old Chinese grandmother, then set her on fire in Brooklyn. Racist attacks against Asian Americans have spiked across the country since the start of the pandemic, and they are happening all across the U.S. I was born in the States, raised by immigrants, parents who came here just 45 years ago in 1975. My Hmong people, which there's only about 320,000, my Hmong people fought for the CIA in the secret war during the Vietnam War in exchange for us to be here in the United States. We have no country to go back to. We are targets. We have targets on our backs. When my people made that decision to fight for the U.S., our people are still being slaughtered in the jungles of Laos and left behind. My family did not fight for this country just so we can live in fear and be attacked because of our race. I faced those racial sentiments in the past and present. I got into physical altercations with men and women for my race. But they kicked them out of the bar, not me. As a daughter, my parents raised us to be aware of attackers and taught us to fight back. But now I'm worried for them and if they would be attacked next because of their race. As a mother of 3 children, I'm teaching my children to do the same. The anxiety I feel for my children is uneasy. Since the pandemic and the uptick in the anti-Asian hate, we've secured our homes with cameras and self-defense items, and you will know what that means. I teach my kids how to use it because of this. My family came from war, and I still believe that we are not at war, but it feels like it. We will not be invisible. We will not stay silent. We demand justice for all our communities. Asian, Black, LGBTQ, for natives, the indigenous. The surge of violence is unacceptable, and we collectively need to address and educate our community about the anti-Asian hate crimes. I am not a virus. We've got to stop comparing our atrocities and suffering to one another. Because, honestly, we all share the same pain when we're hurt, right? I call for peace. I call upon everyone, anyone who has ever felt betrayed, dehumanized, objectified, discriminated, just downright treated wrong. We need to stand together in solidarity against these racially motivated violence in any shape or form. I know these are hard times. It's hard to understand one another when we have to fight for our own life. However, for us to all succeed as a community, we need to be one. We need to keep each other informed about multicultural awareness and put a nail on that fucking coffin of racism. It is our job as individuals to show compassion, integrity, love, understanding, humanity, and empathy. I'm begging you. As a woman, as a mother, a daughter, a friend, and a family member, to stand up against racism. I am human. I will continue to amplify my voice to be heard for all. And I encourage you all to do the same thing and amplify the voice you have inside of you. Thank you.
Thank you everyone for coming out tonight. My name is Howard Chum. I see a lot of good faces here that I've worked in the community. I see the General Leslie Herod. I see Tay Anderson, the Bull. I see Liz. I see all of us that we've fought together on many other occasions. I want to start with what Joey said. I want to talk about a bad MF day. My grandfather fought on the nationalist army against communism. He died. My grandmother was located, had to jump on a boat from Shanghai to Taiwan. Boat was raided. She jumped into the cold ocean waters before the U.S. Navy picked her up, and she was a refugee here to this country, undocumented, waiting for asylum. That's a bad day. That is a bad day. I'm a father. I got 2 kids, a boy and a girl. And make no mistake, I started them young. The minute they could talk, I taught them about racism. Racism is a virus that's rooted in white supremacy. It's rooted in colorism across the globe. And this reason that we're here today is partly because words matter. Rhetoric matters. Attitude reflects leadership or lack thereof. So when we talk about doing something, you hear someone talk, you got to step up to that immediately. Words matter. What did you think would happen when this rhetoric goes unchecked? We saw this summer. We should have stood harder for George Floyd. We should have stood harder for Ahmaud Arbery. We should have stood harder for Breonna Taylor. We have to break down the barriers of these silos we put ourselves in. You know, I grew up in San Fran, one of the most diverse places in this country. And yet, every single day, I was chicken chow mein, I was gook, I was slope. But the good thing there is the comfort that I had with our village, our community. I went down the street, and my friend Donovan James' mother, who was black, treated me like her own. My Tongan friends, they treated me like I was one of their own. My Nicaraguan friend, he said, come on over anytime you're hungry. We need to break down the barriers because white supremacy escapes nobody. Nobody. It escapes nobody. It hurts us all, including LGBTQ+, including our disabled community. I remember first talking to my kids about Vincent Chen, Chinese guy who was blamed for stealing work from the auto workers in Michigan. They got 18 months probation for cold-blooded murder. Cold-blooded murder. When you look at the history of America, America is the violent one. We stole it from the indigenous lands. Our tribal communities are almost all wiped out. What did you think would happen?
Where are you at?
We need to break the barriers, break the silos of all our cultures, and we need to come together. Communities of color need to come together and rise up against the hate. You know, I was talking to Cody the other day, I was talking to Eve the other day, I was talking to Ashley the other day. We're just sitting there talking about what it means to be racist. And why is white fragility so prevalent and so rampant that can't even see that thinking that all Asian massage are sex facilitating places. That is as racist as I can think of. We've already heard over-sexualized, the fetishization of Asian women. But that's not just here. It's been throughout history. Through the natives, through Latinx, through black communities, through Middle Eastern communities, through my Muslim brothers and sisters, through my Sikh brothers and sisters. So I want you to know something. There's a lot of pain right here. A lot of pain. Every time I see this, and not just within my own community, like I said, there's a lot of pain when I see Philando Castile, when I see Tamir Rice, when I see Michael Brown,
Right.
when I see all of that. But we have the opportunity to turn that pain into power. I said this to even Ashley the other day. When power is built on oppression, they will never relinquish it. When power is built by unity, we want to make sure all of us have it. But let's start here, right now, every day, all day. Black Lives Matter, Indigenous lives, protect their lands, protect our Latinx, protect the redlining, or stop the redlining. Protect anything you see. You see something, say something. It's time to step up, everyone. I'm tired of having this conversation with our kids every single day. I want to raise them in a world where we at least have some semblance that white supremacy isn't dominating us. Because it's systemic, it's structural, we need to break that system down. And we need to build it up where all of us have a say. Thank you for coming out. Turn that pain into power.
How y'all doing? So I was sitting back there in the Parasol Patrol tent, and it was hard for me to hear a little bit, so I know y'all have had front seat, you know, here, but hang on a second, you ready? All right. Just a couple of housekeeping things. I want to thank Cody again, oh my gosh, for putting everything together. I want to thank everybody for the people out, the volunteers that brought out the extra food and the water bottles, and I know they've been circulating through here, and we want to thank them. We want to thank Amplify the Voice and all the other Asian-owned, news organizations. I keep hearing all afternoon, all evening, what a great speech I did. I promise you, I am not the only purple-haired Korean woman wearing a hanbok here tonight. So thank you, Laura, for keeping such a... for those ups. Thanks to Parasol Patrol, that's the organization I co-founded with Eli, the hot guy in the kilt. And we shield kids, children, and their families from protesters like Proud Boys, from TWT, from QAnon, from Denver Anonymous, from the Westboro Baptist Church, using our umbrellas to shield the kids so they don't have to see these horrible, hate-filled signs that they bring. And they don't have to hear with ear protection when we loan them that they're getting shouted at. Still comes out and screams at children for being black, brown, Asian, everything, for being queer, for being gay, for being trans kids. And they come out and yell at kids. It's okay. This is what we have to live with. Grown-ups have to come out and shield children from other grown-ups that come out to yell at children for just trying to be who they are. So that's what the Parasol Patrol does. I'm very passionate about it, can you tell? If y'all need a walk back to your car safely,
find somebody over in that white tent with an umbrella. We will help walk you back to your car because some of the bars are getting a little rowdy out there. And, what are you doing over there? You know what we're doing over here? We're fighting for our freaking lives. Is what we're doing. And if you guys want to volunteer to help people walk back and forth to their cars, we do need a few more bodies. So as we start breaking up, if you guys want to give us a hand walking people to their cars, I would appreciate it, because I heard from another Asian woman here today, and we were asking our friends to come out, and they were afraid. They were afraid to come out for vigil for our own, for all of our own, because they were afraid that they would be harassed, that they would be hurt, to come out of their homes after dark downtown. And my husband, who very recently passed, and my daughter was shocked. My daughter and I were walking over the sidewalk ahead of them once, and men were just randomly calling out to us. She was 16. And just catcalling us. He's like, I knew it was bad. I didn't know it was that bad. And I was like, you didn't even know this. Because this is what we do every day. When we walk down the street, my daughter said it sucks because she had such a beautiful grace-based smile, and she couldn't smile at people walking down the street facing her because she was afraid of what they might say or do. Just because she had breasts. It's not right. It's not fair. We have got to work for a better tomorrow. And I'm going to try and speed this up while I'd love to read. Okay, so I'm Hasha. I'm Korean. I'm a mother. I'm a former sex worker. And I am the human rights warrior. I was a whistleblower who testified against the CU athletics program during the football rape scandal. And because I, a lowly sex worker, stood up for rape victims, practices in college athletics programs were forced to change across the country. But then I was yelled at in public. I was laughed at. I had hot coffee thrown in my face, not once, but twice. I was literally spat upon. But that's the humiliation that sex workers face every day. And just to be clear, there's a vast difference between human trafficking victims, of which I am also a survivor, and adult consenting sex workers, of which I also was employed. There is a separation, and when you conflate the two, you do a disservice to both populations. I'm a little nervous, y'all. Reporters have been asking me if I feel this is a hate crime against Asians, or is this, I kid you not, quote, just another incel with a gun. Why does it have to be either or? It can be and. Someone can be a pastor, a Christian, and queer.
Say that.
Someone can be a pastor and queer. Someone, Coloradoans can be conservative and liberal. Someone can be a vegetarian, painter, all sensitive, and a Nazi. And some things, even these terrible things, can be and, not but, or either, or. This was a hate crime targeting Asian-owned businesses and Asian people as well, and an incel fuckhead with a gun set out to murder women. Many cultures around the world maintain that there are generational spirits that pass down through families and even community lines. My hominy, my grandmother, was rumored to be most likely a comfort woman. Does anybody here know what a comfort woman is? Okay. Toward the end of World War II, Japan invaded the mainland of Asia, and something terrible occurred. Soldiers literally started grabbing women, girls, boys, and raping them in the streets. One Chinese city, even they forced Buddhist monks and nuns to have sex together. It was so bad, they called it the rape of Nanking. The solution was to kidnap or coerce or trick girls and young women, especially Koreans, telling them that they were going to be a nurse or a teacher, and instead they took them to military and police-run state brothels. There was great stigma attached to being a comfort woman, so many hid their shame. My grandmother had a scar over her heart, where there was most likely a tattoo showing which brothel, which house she belonged to. My emo, my aunt, my mother's sister, my emo, would tell stories about my hominy and how she would weep and tell stories about her, quote, her friend who had been taken to be a comfort woman, and her firstborn child was born to a Japanese soldier, a son that was left out in the cold to die of exposure. And she would weep and clutch at her chest and rock back and forth, but she survived. She later entered in an arranged marriage with my harabaji, my grandfather, a Baptist preacher. But they were in North Korea, where all religions were illegal. My harabaji used his secret pulpit not just to preach the gospel, but to organize the Korean community, arranging to share food to prevent starvation for the whole village, and to hide dissidents trying to escape to the south. But one day, they came for them, and my hominy couldn't go home because the soldiers came, and so she hid with my mother and my uncles and my aunt, my emo, and tried to escape to the south, traveling at night and hiding in farmer shacks during the day, only to be turned back at the border. And when she got back, fortunately, she found out that my grandfather was still alive. He was being held in prison, and they eventually released him because they thought he was going to die of tuberculosis. She was hiding in the woods, living off of mushrooms and what they could scrape off in the cold, cold, bitter Korean winter for her family. The parishioners brought her news that my grandfather was able to escape to the south, but she had to then find her way. And so my tiny 4'10", 80-pound grandmother managed to trade her way onto an old Chinese fishing junk. The Chinese helped them sneak down to the south. And my mother says she'll never forget that smell. The bodies were pressed so tightly in together like sardines, and there was no bathroom. And it was a long voyage, so she was having to smell the people with guilt on themselves, people that were seasick on each other. But my grandmother got her and all of those children, including my emo, who was a toddler, still nursing at the time, to Korea. So it doesn't have to be either or, it can be and. My hominy was a comfort woman, the lowest in society, and she was a fucking badass. 2 years later, in the freest country in the world, in some ways, her granddaughter, me, would be an unwed single mother of a special needs child, and then I had to turn to sex work to pay for food, a roof over my head, medical care for her great-grandson, for my son. But you know what? I survived too, and I continue to survive, in spite of a system that provides little or no help for so many of its people. The capitalist system that keeps the poor poor and makes the rich richer. The medical care system that refuses to treat anyone unless they have the right kind of insurance. The racist and classist educational system that doesn't offer free ongoing education to anyone who needs it, no matter their zip code or the color of their skin. The so-called justice system that refuses to acknowledge this as a hate crime and a crime against women. Is it a generational spirit that haunts my family with the hardship and the joy of sex work? I don't know. But it's a generational spirit passed on to me from my hominy that has made me a badass. And with all the generations represented here, we can fix this. and we can be badasses together. Because it's going to take all of us together. Black, Latinx, white, indigenous, Asian, and everyone in between. I see us together trying, and I see them trying to tear us apart. I see how baked into our society racism is. I see how they try to pit us against one another. Young, old, gay, straight, black, Asian. I see articles being posted about how Susan B. Anthony wanted to vote for black women and white women, but not for indigenous women or Asian women. And I see all the videos being posted about young black men committing crimes of violence against Asians. But you know what? That's not everything that's happening. And we're being pitted against one another.
Yes, say that, sister. Go ahead, say it.
Because they, as long as we are fighting each other, we can't fix the system. And they can stay pushing, they can stay pushing, they can stay where they are, and that is just not okay. We cannot let them divide us. We must stand together in solidarity or kneel together. I did this at the MLK Solidarity March and almost fell on my butt. So I would like for us all to kneel together, and I know it's tight back there, so if you can just want to close your eyes, that's great. But I would like for us all to bow together in honor of those who lost their lives in Atlanta, and those who continue to lose their lives across the country, the Asians, the trans people, the black people. Say their names alongside Elijah McClain, and remember, as we kneel, as I do a Korean women's bow, what we are to one another. Okay. And I didn't fall on my butt. I'm wrapping this up. Remember that we are one together as we bow. Look at this. Look around. Look at all of us together. I'm sorry, this is not part of my speech. And I know I've cried like 10 times in the last couple of days. But this is, I think, the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. Thank you all. So now, I claim you all as my family. I claim you as my brothers, my sisters, parents. We're all parents. I need you, big sister. And, you know, oh, by the way, that means you have to listen to everything I say. So, we are all siblings together. And you are all now with me. You are Generation Badass. Okay? One of the things we can do moving forward is try to acknowledge that sex workers are people. Asian sex workers are especially invisible. There are no accurate statistics at all about who we are, what we go through, how many times we're assaulted, how many times we're even killed. Because what are we going to do? Who are we going to tell? Someone rapes us, someone beats us, somebody robs us. And the last thing they say is, what are you going to do? Go to the cops? They'll throw your ass in jail, and they're not wrong. Trump signed into law a couple of years ago, a law called Sesta Costa, and it was supposed to help human trafficking victims. It was actually co-written by Kamala Harris, an Asian woman and black woman. But that having been said, Trump signed it into law, and it prevents independent from sex workers and even trafficking victims from being able to book their own clients, from being able to have a safe place to work from. So we're having to go back out into the streets. We're having to go back to the massage parlors, into places that are not always safe. So if we can do what we can to repeal Sesta Fosta, that's the first step we can take towards our ultimate goal, my ultimate goal. I know some people here, some of the ultimate goal of decriminalizing sex work.
Yes!
Decriminalizing will cut out almost everything that is a danger to us. A danger of being shaken down by the freaking cops.
That was doing the road, doing the move here because of the cops.
And if we have the ability to report crimes against us, and if we stand together, there won't be as many attacks. There are attacks because it's illegal. So we need to work, that's what my goal is, to work toward decriminalizing so it's safe for everyone, all the sex workers, men, women, trans, for the human trafficking victims, for everyone. They are safer in what they choose to do. Anyway, as I said, getting back on topic, we are all now Generation Badass, right? We are Generation Badass. We are Generation Badass. We are
Generation Badass.
We are
Generation Badass.
Who are we?
Generation Badass.
We are
Generation Badass.
Give yourselves a huge round of applause. Thank you very much. Can you hear me okay? Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay, so louder? Okay.
So my name is Ashley Lewis. I am a Korean transracial adoptee, grew up in Boulder. I have a mom of 2 teenagers, and I run a nonprofit doing anti-abuse work. And so today what I want to do is talk to you all about safety. I believe our safety is our basic human and civil rights for all of us. And what we know is that racism abuses and kills. Misogyny abuses and kills. More than fear that I feel of getting hurt, I am already hurt. I feel terrorized by what this man has done. That 70% of hate against Asians were women. I feel terrorized that racism has been attacking our elders, abusing them, killing them in the broad daylight. Hate crime directly harms its victims, and it will terrorize the rest of us. Through my work, what I know is that when a community is stigmatized, the likelihood of them experiencing abuse or getting killed goes straight up. And that these predators attack the most vulnerable members in these communities, like women and elders. People are telling me to be careful and be careful with my 16-year-old daughter. And I thought, you know, I do a lot of safety planning with domestic violence survivors, and I thought about how can I create a safety planning for my daughter and I to stay safe. I thought deeply about it, and I realized it is not possible. This is not something that I can do on my own to keep my child safe and keep myself safe. And it is not possible mainly because misogyny and racism is all around us. And that only way a safety planning would actually work is that if we work as a whole community, as a whole society, to create a safety plan for all of us to stay safe.
I got a lot of stuff.
Yeah. And to my fellow Asians, the only way we as racial minorities can stay safe in this country, as we talked about, we only make up 5% of U.S. population and 3.5% of Coloradans. That small number works against us for us to create change for ourselves and also to keep us safe. We desperately need our allies, and we need to create allies. We need to unite with other groups fighting for their civil rights. We need to unite our movement with our Black, brown, indigenous, queer, and disabled communities. Cross-cultural support and advocating for other communities' safety is how we are going to stay safe. We need to actively heal the wounds between our communities and build a relationship that would be a nightmare to white supremacy.
Say that, sister.
Let me say that one more time. We need to actively heal the wounds between our communities and build a relationship that would be a complete nightmare to white supremacy. To our allies that are here today, thank you. Your presence does make me feel safer because I have not felt safe in a while.
We got the size. I see how they pick at you guys into the size. And look, I got you on the counterpart on the sides all day long. I mean, we're going to exchange numbers and we're going to really scare the shit out of them.
Yes.
Because
we need to do barbecues, we need to play. There's so much. There's so much
we can learn from each other.
That's right.
And grow together.
That's right.
That's it.
That's right. That's right. And so one of the things that I wanted to talk to you all about, real quick is the 4 eyes of oppression. That for us to understand this concept and for us to work towards creating change in our culture and in our system. The 4 eyes of oppression talks about an idea that becomes institutionalized into laws and policies. An idea that becomes interpersonal in our everyday life interactions, that becomes a normalized part of our culture. The third part is when these ideas become internalized. We as people of color or queer communities, whichever community, when we experience hate and devaluing, many of us will internalize that and what it takes for us to overcome the internal struggle to love ourselves and to accept ourselves. And so when we talk about these ideas, and so people talk about these stereotypes, that it's harmless, whether it's a good stereotype, whether it's a bad stereotype, but people they don't think it's that big a deal. And what I have to say is that we have been raised in a society that is constructed with ideas of classism, racism, sexism, ableism, homophobia, xenophobia, and so forth. These ideas will abuse and kill its victims. I know that it will be a lifelong process for me to check my biases over and over. And how vital it is that it is okay to be wrong. It is okay to be called out. It is okay to be called in. And that it is vital that we keep learning and growing and be more than our past. People say that world peace is not possible because of our past. It is too possible.
Say that. You're so awesome.
And so we can be more than our past. We can evolve. And we can create a better future for all of us where we all are safe because it is our basic human civil right to be safe. Thank you.
Annyeonghaseyo, aloha, have a day. These are the cultures that have influenced my life. I was born in Guam. If you guys don't know, it's a Pacific island that not a lot of people know. But have a day to all my chamorros, if there's any out in the crowd. But I was born to Korean parents, very, very Korean parents. But the last few years I spent in the beautiful islands of Hawaii. So aloha to everybody here. So I'm going to switch it up a little bit. I'm going to share spoken word with you guys. Is that okay? I spent my night till 4 in the morning trying to write this for y'all. All of this, yes. All of this is so heavy on my heart, and I'm going to try to not be so publicly emotional today, but if I choke up a little bit, bear with me. Aloha. I'm just a somebody that wants to share my thoughts on current issues, but according to America, my people are statistically insignificant, meaning we are a nobody. As I'm attempting to casually address my mind, but there's nothing casual but all the casualties from our elders to our women that haven't had a chance to even finish up their day, let alone was identified as prey by cowards, targeting the fragile, and most recently by a sicko mode, mentally ill. How low of a human can you be to try to solve your issues with evil? A bad day is what they're calling it now, huh? Justified as an okay to wipe out innocent lives. Check the archives. What the fuck kind of game y'all playing?
Trigger to captivate the minds that are at a standstill. As we may be the next in line to be the ones to say, please don't shoot, as they tell us to stand still, or beaten till we utter the words, I can't breathe, to barely take our last breath to be able to ascend. How dare you use that analogy when your people promote anti-blackness? As a matter of fact, let me address this. There's truth to that, and it's disgustingly wrong. But everybody has their own experiences. But due to ignorance and what this country has contributed, painting images that you people are violent, teaching us to go against people that are innocent, judging by the looks, they're not significant. Oh, like us? Yeah, we learned that from the white man. Let's give credit to where credit is due. Obama.
All right, y'all, we're back. Y'all want me to start over? Yes. Aloha again. I am just a somebody that wants to share my thoughts on current issues, but according to America, my people are statistically insignificant, meaning we are a nobody. As I'm attempting to casually address my mind, but there's nothing casual about all these casualties from my elders who are women that haven't had a chance to even finish up their day, let alone as identified as prey by cowards, targeting the fragile, most recently by a sicko mode, mentally ill. How low of a human can you be to try to solve your issues with evil? A bad day is what we're calling it now, huh? Justified as an okay to wipe innocent lives. Check the archives. What the fuck, y'all? What the fuck kind of game y'all playing? I told myself I would keep this piece clean. As I aim the trigger to captivate the minds I want that are at a standstill. As we may be the next in line to be the ones to say, please don't shoot. As they tell us to stand still or beaten till we utter the words, I can't breathe. To barely take our last breath to be able to ascend to a better place. How dare you use that analogy when your people promote anti-blackness? As a matter of fact, let me address this. There's some truth to that, disgustingly wrong, but everybody has their own experience. But due to ignorance and what this country done contributed, painting images that you people are violent, teaching us to go against people that are innocent, judging by the looks, they're not significant. Oh, like us? Yeah, we learned it from the court, man. Let's give credit to where credit is due. Osama ain't got shit on what y'all white terrorists can do. I said Osama ain't got shit on what y'all white terrorists can do. The thief comes to steal, kill, and destroy. Yeah, I quoted the Bible, and they flipped that shit on us too.
Say that shit! Get all the way
Okay? This is the great divide. Can't you see it coincide? Notorious for blaming others, keep letting this shit slide. America, you keep laying on slippery slopes with the way you cope. But guess what? We're not like you. Because when it comes to being genuine, you got the short end of the rope.
Say that again.
Come on. America. You keep playing on slippery slopes with the way you cope, but guess what? We're not like you. Because when it comes to being genuine, you got the short end of the rope. Now let's address us now as the Asian community. We got a lot of work to do too. We got internal issues of our own. What I'm addressing is a human issue, boo. Racism, I like to define it as a human going against another human's rights. And if we define it as that, the sickness exists within our own. There's division amongst us if we really want to keep it real. We love each other's foods, but what about each other? Okay? Because jealousy, greed, judgment, superiority, hate comes in every color.
Yes, it do.
If it happens within a culture, think about the chances of it transferring to another. Today, I challenge you as a human to check ourselves within our cultures too. As a famous book quotes, why do you see the speck that's in your brother's eye but not notice the log that is in yours?
Yes,
We like to say, well, that's just part of our culture. Well, that shit don't fly no more. There's toxicity in every culture. And until that poison is drawn out, the same issues will always find its place. If we really want to come together in a time such as this, we need to embrace, truly embrace one another. Practice loving each other like we love our pho, our Korean barbecue, our K-pop, our boba, our pad thai, our poke, our lo mein, our sushi, our tikka masala, our pancit. Okay, those are just commercial foods. Y'all don't want to get down to the way. Okay, y'all don't even know what I'm talking about. Okay, okay. I connect with people and their culture through food. And if we have time to scroll through the gram, we sure got time to give a damn. Okay, one more time for the people who didn't hear it. If we have time to scroll on the gram, we sure got time to give a damn. Okay? And throw some respect on each cultural contribution, no exclusion. Remember to uplift each other as our words have power to speak life into one another. Sometimes we need to practice it from the place that hurts us most, and that may start at home for many of us, especially as Asians. We grew up different. Let's use our voices to speak up for injustice, but also to remember to do that in our everyday lives as well. Aloha.
Hey y'all, mine's gonna be pretty short. I just want to give a shout out to my boyfriend Cody for putting this together. Thank you guys for coming. I really didn't think it was gonna be this great of a turnout, so thank you so much. I wrote this, just a short little piece. Alright, when I heard of the tragedy on Tuesday, the same wave of emotions I felt last summer washed over me. I couldn't go to sleep that night, even though I had my teaching internship the next morning. I cried while laying there, feeling helpless and fearful for the next attack, because I know this wouldn't be the last. And how fucked up it is that I thought of that. So I thought about my mother, who'd come home on Sunday nights, feet hurting and back sore, her 3 jobs waiting for her the next day. I thought about my father, who'd come home from work even later than her, still offering to massage my mother's feet. I thought about my grandma, who loves taking walks outside, but since she's gotten sicker, she can only look out the window and pray for better days. I thought about how my father comes into my room on the weekends and randomly brings me cut up fruit. I thought about how my mother comes into my room and brings me something she's bought for me because she'll think I like it. I thought about their weekend trips to the grocery store, how I'd call them to ask when they'd be home, to be safe, and they always made it back. I thought about all the little things that I usually never think twice about. how lucky I am to have two parents who no doubt have struggled to survive and sacrificed so many of their opportunities to make sure that I have mine. Because we only gain generational trauma, not wealth. I thought about the people whose lives were taken from them and the little things that they do with their loved ones. I lied awake thinking about what they might have been thinking about. What to eat for dinner, their plans for this weekend, the families waiting at home for them, the last phone call they made. Plans that seemed so simple wouldn't be fulfilled because of this terrorist. Once again in favor of...
Walk forward.
Okay, my bad. I'm gonna read this over again. I lied awake thinking about what they might have been thinking about, what to eat for dinner, their plans for this weekend, the families waiting at home for them, the last phone call they made.
You're doing great!
Plans that seem so simple wouldn't be fulfilled. Because of this terrorist. Once again, in favor of white supremacy, while these families mourn. And I just want you all to think about this too. The little things and how important they really are. How precious life is and how easily it can be taken away because of the color of your skin. This is the result of white supremacy and actions of colonialism, products of hate, enhanced and kept alive through fear. We have lived, felt, and watched our shit get burned to the fucking ground. Our families torn apart. Our cultures at first laughed at, then stripped, washed, hung out to dry, and sold back to us in gentrified cities and restaurants. I want us to step forward in our compassion and love and respect for one another. But that also means staying vigilant, staying armed, resisting against these oppressive systems of white supremacy in the fight for liberation of all by any means necessary. Because compassion is an attitude that does not exist in isolation of action. I want us to stand in solidarity with our Black, Brown, Indigenous families here and globally. Thank you all for coming.
Y'all, I just want y'all to look around and see how beautiful this is. This is really fucking beautiful.
Thank you, Cody, for doing it.
And I really didn't expect this many people to be here. Just to add. Because nothing's going to get solved until everything gets solved. Your problems are my problem, and my problems are your problem. You know, and we have a common enemy. We have a common enemy, and it's white supremacy. White supremacy in all forms.
8 people were left for dead. 6 of them were Asian women. My heart is broken. My thoughts and prayers are with the families of the victims. In San Francisco, an 84-year-old man was killed last month, and a 76-year-old woman suffered from aggravated assault 3 days ago. Since the pandemic began, we have seen a dramatic increase in verbal harassment, physical assault, hate speeches, mistreatment, and violence against Asian Americans in this country. A study released by the Center of the Study of Hate and Extremism at California State University found a 149% increase in such crime rates, hate crimes, compared to 2019. We see that hate is deadly. The acts of violence and racism impact all of us because we are part of the same community. It must stop now. We must bond together, stand up hand in hand, build collective power to raise awareness of anti-Asian violence, support each other, make real change, and stop hate. I love you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Gail. So now we open up the space for anyone who want to express their feeling and making some short remark on the stage here. I believe David Lee want to make a short speech.
Before you do that, I just want to check a couple persons. Do we have anybody representing NAACP here? Okay. Do we have anybody representing NAACP at the moment? Okay. Okay. You want to read maybe real quick? Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for the African community's support.
This is from Sharon, who is the president of the Sharon Gary Smith, who is the president of the NAACP here in Portland. She is not well, but she sent her condolences. She wants to honor and pay respects to the Asian victims of the tragic killings of sports workers. We are all angered, saddened, and determined to not allow our friends and allies to continue to be abused, harmed, and killed by white supremacy, masquerading as anything but what it is. We, the NAACP Portland 11208 branch, stand in solidarity with all who stand up, speak out, and refuse to accept hate crimes against any of us. So that is Sharon's statement. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Christine.
Just double check. I make sure is Dr. Jerry, Dr. Shastra, are you here? Please come forward if you are here. Okay. So with that, let's go to David.
Hello all, and thank you all for coming. I speak here as an Asian Oregonian. I do not represent any organizations but myself. And I'm very much cheered by the fact we've got a multiracial assembly in support of our movement against racist hate and against Asian violence. And the reason I'm here to speak is because we often hear these days that anti-racism, anti-Asian racism in specific, is new. And as a scholar of Asian American culture, recently retired professor of English at the University of Oregon, I think we need to gain certain kind of historical perspective. This is the second time in my life to join in the public protest and speak, to a larger audience. The first time I did was in 1989 in Houston when I was a graduate student in protest against the Chinese government's crackdown of the democracy protesters in Beijing. So I protested as a Chinese citizen against Chinese government in the United States that is known for its freedom of speech and support of democracy. Now, several decades later, I speak as a naturalized American against an American disease that has been with us since its very founding. So you have to remember that America is a house built as a divided house. One of our founding fathers have black children and white children. Half of the children are masters of the other half. So that particular split house is the very nature of a racially exclusive democracy. And what we are seeing today in terms of the anti-Asian racism or anti-black racism, all kinds of racism, are not new or not caused by Donald Trump. Donald Trump is simply a catalyst that revives what we have as a deeply seated American racism. It is also important to bear in mind that racism has different forms. It has illiberal form, like the violence, shoveling old people, like spitting in Asian people's faces, like calling the COVID-19 as a Kung flu or China virus. These are the outrageous, explicit expressions coming from the illiberal side of the racists. There are also liberal racists, like my former employer, the University of Oregon. I have taken earlier retirement because I have spoken out of my place. And I have been with the university faculty and the staff union going through 2 arbitrations, and finally I'm too tired to fight a racist institution with limitless amount of money. So that's why I'm here to share with you that the problem of racism is deep, it's varied, and it needs mass protest, needs policy change, and needs the awakening of the entire American population. Let's fight against racism, no matter what race you belong to. All people's lives matter. Other people's lives matter just like our own. No people's lives matter without our suffering. So let's fight against racism of all kinds, united together to realize Jeffersonian dream for the democracy, equality for all. Thank you. Thank you for coming.
Thank you, Dave. And we have another audience want to make a short remark.
Hello. It's me. So I'm just for myself and my son. So I want to just say just a very simple thing. I want to say we're not just Asian. We're American too. And we love this country as everyone. And we want to build up this country too. I just we just don't know there's any reason to hate. There shouldn't be any reason to hate. Because we're one. We're together. We're in this country. We just doing the same thing. Why need to hate? So all I want to say is don't treat us different. We're just the same. We love this country. We want to build up this country. That's all I want to say. You want to see?
Hi there.
Hi.
I'm actually trying my best to know a little bit more of Chinese.
Okay, is anyone else want to make a short remark before we line up our candles and then we're going to sing a song together, We Are America. Okay, one more.
Hello, my name is Bing Wong, and I'm just here as a Democrat because I'm a delegate to the Oregon's Democratic Party of Oregon Central Committee, and today we had our first quarter meeting, and we had a resolution that was brought to the body by members of the AAPI caucus in the Democratic Party of Oregon. And because it didn't meet the filing requirements for a number of days in advance, it had to require a 2/3 majority to pass. I won't read the whole resolution, I'll just read the title. Condemning anti-Asian American and Pacific Islander hate and racism, and it calls on the Biden administration to take action to bring this matter to top of their agenda. And just to let you know, there is a political party in this state that does stand up for a minority community. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we have another speaker here.
Yeah, my name's John. I'm the father of 7 kids. One is Korean, who came to this country when he was 9 years old. Another is Vietnamese, who came to this country when she was 8 years old. Another is Muskogee Creek, and another is African American. And it would be wonderful to see representatives of all of those children's backgrounds, because one of the things that we old white people have done for a long, long time is set different races against one another, rather than bringing blacks and browns and Asians and Latinos together to fight the hate and to prove that this country really can be a democracy where everybody is equal. So I hope that the next time I'm down here in this place protesting the inequalities and the injustices, that we will be totally multicolored. And beyond color, we need to bring in our LGBTQ friends as well, because it's the same system that is causing the violence and the hate throughout this country. And only if all people of color and all people who are discriminated against in so many violent ways come together, that we can make a real change. Thank you.
All right, next I think we're going to line up our candles and then we're going to sing a song, We Are America. Let's play the song and then we can sing together if you have heard the song.
We are America. We are one, built on a dream of justice and freedom.
Organizations within our government and in the community around us. And finally, may we all strive to seek a common good in which all of us can live in harmony without hindrance. One more time. Stop Asian hate! 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 Stop Asian hate!
generation want to make some remarks. Okay, let's welcome.
Hello, everyone. Oh, that's loud. Hi, everyone. So I'm Aaron. I came here to the United States in 3rd grade. And I currently attend Lincoln High School, where recently there was a bomb threat to the people at our school. Oh. Well, none of the students were in the building at the time. This had a huge impact to the staff, to the people, and sent a message to the members of the school. And so, I'm here to speak about political awareness and voting. I remember in 10th grade, I spoke to a couple of my teachers right before the elections, for the mayoral elections. And what appalled me was that most people didn't know what they were voting for. They simply voted for whoever they knew. And we have a moral duty as members of democracy to go out and vote, to encourage our fellow citizens to go out and vote, as that is the most powerful voice that us as members of democracy have. And as we can see recently, that getting people to go out and vote does matter. People were able to swing the elections, the Senate seats within Georgia, and give power to people who may speak out for our rights. In the 2016 election, only 55% of people of color voted. And within the Asian American community, only 34% of eligible people voted. That number needs to go up if we want our voices to be heard and for Asian Americans to be represented. Well, we just had an election last year. It isn't over. There are elections every 2 years for Congress and elections every 4 years for president. And it's not too late, and it's never too early to start getting people to register to vote. It's never too early to encourage your friends in the swing states and in Oregon to go out, register to vote, and make a difference. Thank you guys so much.
Hi, I'm Jax. I use she, her pronouns. I'm in so much pain right now. I am so angry, and I am so fed up. I feel unprotected as an Asian American woman. And I'm looking around at these faces of Asian women, and I know you know exactly what I'm going through. We're not protected. Those women, we're not talking enough about them. They're more than mothers and sisters. They're just like us. That could have been us. And we are not talking about the violence that we feel every day just for being ourselves, for men of all kinds. And I'm just filled with so much rage, and I'm really appreciative that we're all here together, but I don't want to forget that. What are we doing to protect our women? What are we doing to get rid of these harmful stereotypes? All of the ways that we are hypersexualized without our want. I can't forget that. I can't stop feeling that pressure on me all of the time. And I don't want to forget that our liberation is tied to Black liberation. It's tied to the liberation of all people of color. Thank you.
Hello, I'm a proud Japanese American. I'm mixed race. And this is a poem I wrote after speaking to my dad and feeling fearful in the world right now. White man, look at me. White man, what do you see? You force my people to crave to be. White man, what do you see? You thought the Japanese would be washed out of me a few generations down, that we wouldn't remember how to make nori and rice. You thought I would be your prodigy. But white man, what do you see? I will not be. Thank you. first speech.
Hey guys, I just really want to, I think hasn't been brought up enough. I really want everybody to help protect our elderly Asian. And then I know so many of them, they couldn't speak English very well. They are scared. And then they couldn't call for help, or they experience something, they just, be silent, and then just very, it hit me so hard when I heard them cry on TV when they got attacked, and then they didn't even know how to say help. They're just like crying, and then like in a different language. It could be any language. So I think this is something we really can do. You're on the bus, you're on the street, and then you see like an Asian, like a elderly Asian, and then they may not, please just be more patient with them and help them, and they need help, and then kind of just watch for them. I think this is something everyone here we can do. We just really want to help them, because actually, honestly, I think I don't really fear that much for myself, because I guess this is something we can share, but then I really, really feel sorry for the elderly Asians, and I really hope everyone can try your best, help them, protect them. Thank you.
Okay, I'll just make this one really short. Thank you all so much for coming out here. I go to OSU, and I've really focused on bringing the Asian community together. There have been so many hate crimes I've seen at OSU, and it's really unfortunate. One thing that I saw that really shocked me, someone wrote like a t-shirt template that said, "I am Korean, not Chinese." And let me just say that we are all in this together. We do not divide between each other. We do not have divisions. We are all one. We do not divide each other, and we all come together. We do not separate. We do not leave our Chinese people alone. We do not leave our Japanese people alone. We are all together. We are Asian American. We take this together.
Hi everyone. I just want to say the victims' names here, because I don't think their names been brought up enough. So here they are. Soon Chung Park, age 74. Hyun John Grant, age 51. Sun Cha Kim, age 69. Yong Yue, age 63. Delania Ashley Yuan, age 33. Paul Andre Michels, age 54. Xiaojie Tan, age 49. Dayou Feng, age 44. Thank you.
Hi everyone, so my name is Annika, and I use she, their pronouns. I'm Chinese American, I'm an adoptee, and I guess I really want to make this an ode to Asian American API women, because I think it's so interesting the duality of our identities that we hold of being hyper invisible and being hyper visible at the same time. We are being tokenized, we are being fetishized, we are being, sexualized all the time, and we are so visible, yet at the same time we feel so invisible, which is such a complicated reality to live, because it is trying to understand where you belong in this world. I attended Cleveland High School, a predominantly white institution, which was not a pleasant experience, to say the least. And I was constantly being tokenized by the administration by saying, "Oh, you're Asian American activist. We need, that student of color to represent the rest of us, to make us all look good." But at the same time, when a teacher came up to my friend and I, who's actually in the crowd today, and said that, "Oh, do you guys eat dogs? Like, where are your parents from?" And both of us were like, "Well, California." I mean, when we reported that, the administration had nothing to say. They said, "Sorry, we can't do anything until this teacher has a record." And we said, "He does have a record," but that was not enough to get anything done. And we still had to go through the hallways every single week and see that man, even after being traumatized. And so I want to say, I see all of you Asian American API women. I really want y'all to know that my love is out there for you, because it is such a hard frickin' time right now. And you all deserve so much love and care. Thank you, and we have this. We got this.
Anybody else? What an event. What an event. Oh, okay.
I would just like to mention, in the spirit of unity for all women of all ethnicities that were spoken about so eloquently this evening, I want to lift one moment to remember the missing and murdered Indigenous women of this country. That's all.
Oh, Charlie, you want to play a song? Let's just everybody take a quiet moment, listen to those hymns, and to remember those we lost. I'm really, really deeply touched today by even those lay speakers, the young ladies. Those are really touching. It's a society you can see. We are sick. We are really sick. It's about time to wake up. Talk to your politicians. Using your vote, just like this young man was talking about. You know, vote for those you think they speak your own language.
Amazing. Sure, absolutely. Is it when, because not everybody likes having their faces on, is it okay if we go like by the fence or whatever over there? Yeah, of course. Okay.
Would it be easier if I gave you like my social media or something like that too?
It's up to you. If you want to do it later, we can. I was just thinking as soon as like they're done here, that we could do that if that works for you.
I'm just with like a family, so I'm not sure when they're
Oh,
planning on
okay, got it. Would you like to do the interview now, or do you have to go?
Yeah, could I give you my social media maybe, or like?
Oh, sure. I am live streaming right now, so I don't.
Get your number.
Okay, I don't want to say it live, but I can end it.
That's totally fine. Do you want to just put it in?
Sure, it's up to you. So I normally do this in impromptu. But if you'd like to set up a time to interview, we can try to arrange that. But it's totally up to you.
Okay.
What do you think?
We can. I don't know. Is this gonna be posted somewhere? Because I can just write something up if that works too.
Sure. I can. Do you want to reach out to me on Twitter? Does that work?
Twitter, yeah, I can do that.
Okay, let's do that.
Yeah, I can just write down your handle.
Sure, that works. So, ANITA. NOE. LLEG. So yeah, that's my at. So if you want to reach out to me there, then we can talk about how setting up an interview, and and so I just want to be very clear. I support all of the movements. I'm up here to support, and I'm not going to ask any baby questions.
Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. I am going to see if I can find. There is one person I was hoping to interview. I'm going to see if I can find them really quick. I might have left, I'm not sure. Okay. I'm live streaming, just so you know. And I wanted to ask if you'd be willing to do an interview because I saw that you were up on the mic, and I just to be clear, I didn't want to ask any baiting questions. I wanted to just give you a platform to see if you wanted to say anything else or add anything else.
Yeah, are you with?
I'm independent. It's just me. My name is Anita. Hello.
I guess where
Oh, it's just on my Twitch channel. If you don't watch it, that's okay, girl.
Okay. I don't know. I guess maybe later. If
Okay,
that's fine. Because
Sure.
we're just kind of talking about something.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, this. I'll stay for a little bit longer, but I think I'm going to end pretty soon.